COSA, the Central Ontario Standardbred Association, proudly serving Ontario horse people with integrity and accountability. Collaborative, supportive, helping to ensure a vibrant harness racing industry. Lifetime membership is free and there are many benefits. Become a new member today. COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. To find out more, visit cosaonline.com.
Hi folks, so welcome back to another Tuesday pregame at the Raceway at Western Fair District. I'm your track announcer Shannon Sugar Doyle with you. Setting up the action for this evening, as mentioned, 12 races, fast and dry conditions. It's another edition of Survivor Tuesday, always free to play, online or on track. Get your selections in prior to race number 1 this evening. We've got a great card on tap. The multi-leg wagers tonight, they look tough. The pick 5s, the pick 4s, much tougher than last night anyway, right? Already, adding another wager going forward too. It's going to be the early pick 3 play beginning in race number 2. The late pick 3 remains in place on our final 3 races on this card. And many folks that know me in racing know me that I'm a big fan of amateur racing back home. And it's where I got my start in announcing. Did some owning, training, and driving on the PEI Matinee circuit myself. So I've been there. I know the excitement. So this Sunday, my friends at Truro Raceway are hosting the Nova Scotia Amateur Driving Championships. It's going to be 2 heats, a silver and gold division, and here's how it looks for Sunday afternoon at Truro. These are non-betting events, but that won't take away from the excitement for all involved. Heat 1, featuring NS Acadian, Keegan Madden, I-47, may be familiar with some, Todd Hardy on board. Quickie Kwanzaa, I know, has been here in London, is now racing down around the Maritimes. Madison Poirier aboard Quickie Kwanzaa. Heat 2, the gold. Classification of horses may be a little bit better for this one. Electra Express, Heather Gotti's got the rail. East Coast Invader for Monica Sutherland. And then there's QT's Charlie for Jeremy Baker. So best of luck to all involved with the Nova Scotia Amateur Driving Championship. I know a lot of work has gone on, the organizers, and a lot of work behind the scene, and always a fan of amateur racing, so I'll look forward to that and wish everyone luck. And staying with Nova Scotia here, a shout out to the Hocko Barn, set to retire a pair of 14-year-olds this Saturday at Northside Downs in North Sydney. Bo knows Mom and Granny for owner Melissa Hocko. That one began his career here in Ontario, has raced mainly for Team Hocko since 2014. There's another one, Lil's Destiny for Courtney and John Hocko. Another one that began his career right here in Ontario, has raced for the Hockos now for 10 years. John mentions having a standardbred retire at 14 is uncommon nowadays, and having 2 retire from the same barn at 14, well, that's just kind of rare, and indeed, I agree with that. All the best in their retirement, folks, and enjoy your time with them going forward. We're going to take a short break right now, but we are going to come back with a whole lot more, including our multi-leg ticket ideas for this Tuesday. Stick around. As promised, welcome back. Part two of our Tuesday pregame show, and a great card of 12 races on tap. Fast and dry conditions this evening for another edition of Survivor Tuesday. Again, get your selections in for Survivor Tuesday prior to race number one. It's free to play online or on track. Time now to get started on some tickets. The multi-leg wagers, they're much tougher tonight than last night. The early pick five last night come back at about $55 for a dollar play. Well, I'm not seeing that happening here tonight. I don't think so anyway. Here's a look at my early pick five selections here. It's the HBI Bet pick five play starting up in race number one. We're going to key up the four. Cerrone Sealster here in the opener. Austin Sorey on board for AJ Moore. This horse just missed last time out, and he needed that race. He had missed about 5 to 6 weeks of racing action. So Cerrone Sealster just missing last time out. Tonight, I believe it's the victory. Over into race number two, we went deep in there with a 1, 3, 7, and 8. Number 3, Lincoln Boulevard, expected to take plenty of action, but not a key play for me. And again, race 2 will be starting up in early pick 3 going forward. Race 3 tonight, number 2, Nothing Holding Me Back. Now, I mentioned to Robert Reed Jr. last week that I rarely back a horse who has won at a huge price. Well, this horse won at 74-1 last time out. Will be bet tonight, but I believe she's turned a significant corner. This filly was used multiple times last time out, and won at the added distance. They were down to 3/4 and 126, and she got the 1 1/16 in 2, 4, and 4. That's a big trip. Trainer Gore McDonald. Driver Tyler Borth been doing great things here. My key play in race number 3, I'm going to put it all on number 2, Nothing Holding Me Back, to come right back, but at a much shorter price than her 74-1 odds last time out. The fourth race, we're going to use the 1, Shazam Blue Chip, and the 3, Gambling Addiction. Gambling Addiction has been really good here in London, a winner the last time he was here from well off the pace. And deepest of all, in our final leg, we're using a 1 through 6. On the early pick 5, and if you want to play along with that ticket, I believe we're in for about $9.60 on a 20-cent wager. We've got an early pick 4 that will begin in race number 4. There is a scratch in there. Number 2, Denmark Sealster, comes out of race number 4. Again, we're starting up an early pick 4, so it's going to be the inside 2 for me. The 1, Shazam Blue Chip, the qualifier, says he's good to go. And again, we got to use that 1, Gambling Addiction, who gets around London just fine. We're going to stay 6 deep in race number 5. Over into race 6, a seniors pace event. Hope to be first. Put a big circle around that one. Reuniting with driver Mark St. Louis Jr. goes out for Stacey Curry. Hope to be first will be in the mix. 6, Twilight Zone, a sharp winner here at the seniors level. Last time out with Nat Day, staying on board for Kenny Oliver. And the outside chance for 7, Always and the Money. Always one to consider against those types. Race 7, final leg of the early pick 4. A number 1, Toonie Teen, just has to mind the manners. Outside chance for 7, Royal Double. Can race well from on or off the pace, so versatile enough, and goes out for the strong barn at Bruce Goit. Jay Harris, the call for 7, Royal Double, to complete the early pick 4. I believe that ticket mapped out 20 center, $14.40. There is a late pick 5 beginning in race number 6. Now this one is tough. If you can hit on our late pick 5 tonight, you will get paid. Going to stay with the 5, 6, and 7 in race 6. Staying with Toonie Teen and Royal Double in race 7. 8th race, middle leg. We're deep. 4 deep, in fact. We're going to use the 1, Winsong Grayson, the 2, Fastest Phelps, and the 4, VJ's Cam, being the speed threat. Scratch the 6, and here we go. Move in number 9, Mystic Messenger, now leaving from post 6. This one raced well last time out. It was a big improvement on my end anyway to watch Mystic Messenger almost go down the road. So a reminder, the 6 is scratched. Number 9, Mystic Messenger, will be moving in and leaving from post 6 in race 8, the middle leg of the late pick 5. 9th race, number 1, Savannah Splendor, just missed last time out. The 2, Derby Dillon. Really like that horse going out for the Schneiders tonight. Mark St. Louis Jr. on board. And the finale, final leg of the pick 5. Seniors pace event again. Lawman Rain, Ross Batten still trying for that 5,000th career victory. I've got him picked on top, I believe, in there. He's 6-1 in the morning line with old Lawman Rain. There's another 14-year-old son of Ram Barron, still going, just missing in his last couple of races. So he's sitting on a win. possibly tonight for Ross Batten and career driving win number 5,000. Also using the 4, Bet on Brett. He's the speed threat. 8, Leafs and Wings. Could work out for him. He's going to need some speed to chase. Johnny Hahn on board for the Rogers, Leafs and Wings from that trailing spot 8 in race number 10. My late pick 5. You got to spend some to make some. 28.80. I'm in for a 20-cent play. Again, if you can hit that late pick 5, you will get paid. Late pick 4 begins in race number 9 tonight. Final 4 races on the card. 9th race, stay with the 1. Savannah Splendor, stay with the 2. Derby Dillon. 2, 4, and 8 in the 10th. Race 11, 6, Mr. X, who's been so good. We'll try for 4 in a row. Number 7, Real Wicked, was really good here last time out when coming in from Woodbine Mohawk Park. A winner by 9 and 57 and change. The outside post to overcome tonight. And deepest of all in our final leg, final race, race 12, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And just like that, we're in for $12 on a 20-cent wager. Those are my multi-leg ticket ideas. And as mentioned, they're much tougher than they were last night. Best bet ideas. We can go forward with those. Ontario Racing in with a best bet early on the card. Race 2, the 3, Lincoln Boulevard, getting some class relief, and he's tough to go against in there. Mentions Ontario Racing. For me, nothing holding me back. She was huge in that latest win. She was used multiple times. You're not going to get anything close to her 74-1 upset odds last time out. She will double up with that same kind of effort she showed in her latest here in London. More best bet ideas. Lou Sorella, he's in to go for race number 7. Lou went to the 1, Toonie Teen, as the rail advantage, just has to behave today. And for Robert Reed Jr., he went over to the finale. He likes the form of Homie Joe. He was the easiest winner last time out and stays on a weekly rotation. Homie Joe to overcome the outside post in the added distance preferred 3 finale. That's just about going to do it for the pregame show today. The changes are next, then we're going to bring on board Robert Reed Jr. again tonight for his commentary, ticket ideas, and race selections. Best of luck tonight. 12 races, fast and dry conditions. Hey, good evening once again, everyone. Now from up top, your track announcer Shannon Sugardoe with you for program changes on this evening's race card. It's 8 degrees Celsius, that being 46 Fahrenheit, and as mentioned on the pregame, fast and dry conditions for 12 races this evening in London, Ontario. Program changes for tonight then. Races 1 and 2 are clear. The HBI Bet Pick 5 play starting up in race number 1. Over into the 3rd, the 4-horse, Faithful's Nola, switching to a blind bridle. Blind bridle for 4 in race 3. 4th race, opening leg of an early pick 4. You can scratch the 2, Denmark Sealster, and another scratch of 4, Rockin' My Dream. Scratching 2 and 4 from race 4. Race 5 tonight. Number 6, JKNR Lightdale. Make the driver, Jason Ryan. Jason Ryan now going on board 6 in race 5. Race number 63, Hidden Potential, putting the blinkers on tonight. It's blinkers for old Hidden Potential tonight, post 3 in race 6. Race 7 is clear. 8th race. Here's a key scratch. Here's a key also moving in. Scratch the 6, Distinctive Sean, and now here's 9, Mystic Messenger, moving in, leaving from post 6, and getting class relief as well. That's a also eligible, moving in, and certainly one to take note of for that middle leg of our late pick 5.
Ninth race tonight. Race 9 will begin our late pick 4. Scratch the 8, Mac the Knife. There's another also moving into post 8. That is 9. Can't Count Me Out. Will be moving in. Race number 10, a seniors event. Number 5, Buckshot Austin. Remove the Murphy on the right side. Races 11 and 12 are clear. Now that looks like a great card. Not a whole lot of changes throughout the night. If there were scratches, the alsos moved in when possible. We've got you up to speed thus far then on the changes tonight. Again, 12 races, fast and dry. It's the HBI Bet. Pick 5 play, starting things up in race number 1, Daily Double, Exactor Try, Superfecta, also featured there. We're about 10 minutes away from race number 1, and at this time, we'd like to bring in our Tuesday night special, Robert Reid Jr. Joined us for commentary, ticket ideas, race selections, and more. We've had a great time doing this, getting plenty of wonderful feedback as well with Robert Reid Jr. joining us on our Tuesdays here in London.
All right, well, thanks for having me, Sugar. Listen, it's always a pleasure to be here on Tuesday nights at the Raceway. Hey, we take center stage, and the pools are always fantastic. The racing is great. And the cool thing about tonight for me is we got those 2 seniors paces, which I always like, but the feature is also our added distance race, right? I love when the preferred lands in that added distance race. It makes it all that much more appealing. We go out with a bang with both the preferred 3 and that added distance event.
Yeah, Robert, it's a wonderful job done by our racing secretary, Ian Fleming. You know, it's not just the 7 claimers, it's not the 8500s, it's not the conditions, but the top class pacers going that added distance. It certainly adds to the excitement of a super high-five play in a field of 9 when you get some real nice horses going for it. And not taking away anything from the 7 claimers, you get a deep field of 9 going for a $7,000 tag. They can put on quite a show as well. Last night here, Robert, was kind of chalky in the early going, and then a few form reversals, throwing wrenches into late pick 5s and what have you. Some nice payouts, though. The surprise for me last night was the final race high 5. For me, the top 3 finishers, they figured. The try paid $400, but the 20-cent super came back at $2,700. Just a crazy payout. We've had some incredible 20-cent returns in the last week or so, and many of those have come from the high 5. I've mentioned the pick 4s, the pick 5s. They are go-to wagers, but that high 5 continues to pay well.
It really has. And, you know, for me, the 2 wagers outside of the multi-leg wagers that are must-plays for me are always the super and the high 5. The multiplier for me, like you just mentioned, Sugar, from a trifecta to a super or that trifecta to a high 5 is just paramount. Like it's crazy. You're not even adding sometimes the longest shots on the board, and it just makes the payout go up exponentially. So for me, it's all about the supers and the high 5s. A little more difficult to get. Don't get me wrong. The degree of difficulty goes up. But the reward is there for that risk.
I'll mention something where I get snake bitten quite a bit. I'm not going to let it happen to me anymore. I've been snake bitten the last week on final legs of multi-legs. I've been snake bitten on that 5th and final spot in the high 5 where I've just convinced myself, go to that all button on the end of a high 5, and if possible, when possible, hit that all button in the final leg of the multi-leg wagers, because you know what? If it's the one horse I don't have in that final leg, they're showing up.
Well, the problem is, though, is that when you put people onto that, then everyone plays your ticket like that, like last week.
Like last week, right? Yeah.
But typical structure, usually people like to stay alive and kind of funnel down to one horse, right? So they stay alive. So I found that sometimes you get those real funny payouts, right? There's the odd horse that gets overlooked in a final leg that might pay way higher than he should. And same thing with those high 5s, right? Like a lot of people do go to the strategy of taking it all in that last position. But you know, sometimes it sneaks past them, and I've seen some come in really formful, and when you get a bomb in the 4th spot or the 3rd spot, that's when it really pays insane. So
a long time, right on. A longtime friend of mine from the West, and I believe you're familiar with him, Murray Slough. How about his all button at Mohawk on Saturday evening?
That was incredible. That ticket was amazing.
How did it pay that much?
I don't know. I mean, I was going to say Murray is an incredible handicapper,
Right.
One of the best on Twitter. You know, I think everyone's got him and Ryan Willis bookmarked for what they're putting out there.
For sure.
For sure. But that pick 5 paid ridiculously well. Like,
It
I
paid the
told
pool,
my dad,
right?
I said this paid. Yeah. No, 2 tickets, 2 20-cent
okay.
tickets. Yeah. 42,500.
Wow.
And I said to my dad, I said, that paid 42,000. He says, oh, that's a good payout for $1. I said, no, that was for 20
Oh,
cents.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
that was wild. And Doug McNair had just won with the bomb that won the final leg just a few starts ago at
Wow.
40 to 1 as well. So
But
not an impossible one to have.
here's the thing: if you're Murray and you're live going in, and you've got that all button, and the payouts are just crazy right across the board, he had to. If you were ever in the driver's seat, Murray Slough, that was it, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. You know what? Hey, if it was me or you, Sugar, we would have got the chalk in the last leg for sure.
Honestly, I mention that to racing friends all the time. Anytime I go with that deep or all button, more times than not, it's the chalk showing up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Murphy's Law, right?
Right on. Okay, I'm going to leave this with you. This is your portion. Take it away, Robert Reed Jr. Set up this early pick 5.
All right, thank you, Sugar. All right, let's look at this early pick 5, folks. So we're going to look at Sugar's ticket first, as we always do. And it's kind of, me and Sugar are always in the same wavelength. He's going 2 singles in this sequence. I am too, but we're going to do it in different races. So Sugar, in the opening leg, is going to key number 4, Cerrone Sealster. I love this horse as well in the opening leg, 3 to 5 on the board. No surprise there. Then going 4 deep in the second leg, the 1, 3, 7, and 8. Those are my top 4 selections, so we're on board there. But I'm going to single in race 2 when we get to my ticket. He's going to do a second single in race 3 with number 2, Nothing Holding Me Back, who was a winner at 74 to 1 last week. Huge bomb that came in for Tyler Borth and Gordon McDonnell. So one that I think you do have to like in there, but I'm going to spread out in the third and single in that second. The fourth race, Sugar going to go 2 deep in that one with the 1 Shazam Blue Chip, the 3 Gambling Addiction. We're on board there. And then race 5, he's going to spread out in the money leg. And I've actually got the similar strategy there as well. He's going the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. He's taking the inside 6 and just throwing out the trailer and that outside post position. So Sugar looking to get to that last leg and nail down a big one when we get to the money leg in race 5. My ticket, very similar. Let's take a look at it. We're going to single in the opening leg as well. Number 4, Cerrone Sealster, one I think that really they're going to have a tough time beating in the opener and really deserving of that 1 to 5 designation right now. Second leg, I'm going to single number 3, Lincoln Boulevard. I love that this one gets back into the condition claiming ranks. Was a winner last time racing at a level similar to this. He's been racing against much tougher in his last 3. I think Lincoln Boulevard gets it done in the second race. So we're going to try to walk the tightrope early, single, and then we're going to spread out and use 4x4 by 5. 1, 2, 3, and 7 in race 3. I like number 2, Nothing Holding Me Back, but I think it's a pretty competitive contest. My top pick is going to be Dazzlin' Rosie. Been chasing this horse. I probably have rose-colored glasses for her, but she's got post 7. I think she might be able to get there tonight. She's my top pick. Dazzlin' Rosie would definitely add some value to this pick 5. Race 4, the 1, 3, 5, and 7. I do agree that Shazam Blue Chip and Gambling Addiction are the ones that you need to have. I'm a little bit interested in number 5, Edom Sports Baby. I think it might be a price there to blow up the some tickets in the pick 5. Number 7, Modern Rider, I thought's been racing pretty well as well. So I want to have that one in the ticket. Last leg, very similar to Sugar. I think it's a wide open event. I really do. And I want to have a lot of coverage in there. So I use the same horses, but I cut out number 5, Bit of Luck. He's one that's let me down before. Maybe I'm holding that against him. I went to the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. Number 6, JKNR Legtel is my top selection. Might be the likely favorite, but I do think he's vulnerable, and there is a chance for a price there. So that ticket right there will cost you $16 for 20 cents. Again, Sugar 9, very similar wavelengths, similar ticket structure, just doing things a little bit differently. But we've got 2 minutes away to the horse. They're going to come out onto the track for that opener. It is the pick 5, guaranteed pool at $7,500. Always a can't-miss wager. Make sure you're mapping out those wagers and getting them in. Sugar and I will come back and discuss the opening race after the post-parade.
Here we go. Starters have entered the track for a post parade. It's race 1 in London. The HPI Bet Pick 5 plays starting up. Number 1, the Witches Brew. Mark St. Louis Jr. drives for Mark Adams. The trainer's Vic McMurrin. Number 2, it'll be Payson and Racing for owner-trainer Jeff Williamson, Garrett Rooney. John Bell owns. Dane Pearson trains 3, Canadian Shadow, Ryan DeRoche. 3 to 5 fave status on number 4. Cerrone Sealster back on the rotation here for owner-trainer A.J. Moore, Austin Sori. Janice McEachern, owning and training 5, Sunshine in May, Scott Ray. First-time starter here at a post 6, In a Hurry, a 2-year-old daughter of Sunshine Beach, goes out for owner-trainer breeder Greg Merlot. It's driven by Jason Ryan. Outside chance for a 7 in Sporty Mystic. Paul McKenzie on board for Leo Baker. The trainers Louis Eftimiadis. And a trail out number 8, Stone Face Jerry, Natasha Day tonight for the owner-trainer breeder Ralph Jardine. Those are your starters. 8 pacers then for a daily double. Exactor Try Super plus the HBI Bet Pick 5 play, the go-to here in the opener. Alrighty, picking up the 4, Cerrone Sealster here. Austin Sori on board for A.J. Moore. A top selection here for Robert Reed Jr. here in a key play for both him and myself as I looked it over a little closer. I hummed and hawed about these pick 5s and pick 4s about 2 or 3 different times, and I had to settle on this key just to keep the price down, and you're on board with the Cerrone Sealster as well. Now, I've been calling him Cerrone Sealster, but it's likely Cerrone Sealster, hey?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I was wondering that myself, Sugar. I know I was actually saying Cerrone Sealster. I was like, wait a second, Sugar calls him Cerrone Sealster.
Well,
I mean, it could be either way.
I grew up in my Sharona days, right? So anything Cerrone is going to come out Sharona.
Hey, listen, as long as he wins, we can call him either one, right? I'm sure
Agreed.
no one will mind. But I looked at this race and I couldn't really get past him because last time got beat on nose to Dixie Bayama, who was super impressive.
Mm-hmm.
And the margin back to the rest of them was huge, right? And it really didn't deserve to lose on that occasion. She put in a huge effort, only got beat by a nose. She was off time going into it. Now she's back in her regular rotation. She showed gate speed last time, getting away in the 2-hole. Did get a perfect trip, so maybe you're a little bit leery of that. But hey, no one got near her, so I thought that it was a rock solid effort. I said, you know what? I can't go anywhere but single this horse in the opening leg.
I agree. She got that early speed threat factor as well, and after missing 5 or 6 weeks, she's going to come back even stronger tonight. Very tough to go against here.
Yeah, I agree. And 1 to 2, I mean, no surprise there.
Right on. An outside chance and a value player right now in number 7, Sporty Mystic. Paul McKenzie picks up the drive here. Another one that shows a bit of early speed. If timed well and with gate speed, this 7, Sporty Mystic McKenzie could find a spot up close.
I just looked at the last effort, and I know it got beat 11 lengths and change, and I said maybe we'll see this horse come forward off that. Louis Eftimiadis actually has been having a little more success as of late. Had a win just over a week ago, would take your breath away, and he's had a pile of actual runner-up finishes recently, and some check-getting performances too for horses both racing downtown and on the B. So I think that I still call it downtown Mohawk Park. I don't know.
Downtown is fine. Downtown is fine. You know what? You probably got a better angle on Louis because he doesn't race much down around here in London. So when he does come, he's going to be in play.
Yeah, and he's a fellow Newmarket resident as well, along with myself. So, he's local to here. And listen, I just think Louis' horse has been racing a lot better. And I looked at this horse and said, you know what? I think if this horse takes a step forward off that latest effort, definitely one that can land on the ticket. Figured the price would be robust, 23-1. Hey, sign me up for that underneath.
Okay, and we watched Mark St. Louis hop up on a few horses that he hadn't been on in recent starts, and here's one right here that he's going to hop on board for Vic McMurrin, the Witch's Brew with a rail advantage.
Yeah, my third selection in the race. No surprise, this one's getting support down to right now third favoritism. When Mark St. Louis jumps on a horse and hasn't been driving that one, they usually do respond well. And this one not only has Mark aboard, but also has the pole position. So it's kind of two things that are really clicking well for the Witch's Brew tonight. I think this one will be a part of it somewhere, that's for sure.
One final one to look at for the Superfecta, number 8, Stone Face Jerry. Natasha Day gets the call today. Scratch sick, eh? But the A game, could find herself as part of the Superfecta.
Yeah, I know you hate the coming off of that scratch.
I do.
But one that when the trailing post might be able to sit a nice trip and get a piece of it.
Alrighty, here we go then. We've got 8 pacers lining up for the opener. The Witch's Brew, Payson and Racing, Canadian Shadow, then Cerrone Sealster, Sunshine and May. In a Hurry is a first-time starter at a post 6th, and Sporty Mystic, Stone Face Jerry back tearing it. They are a 16th out, and here they come. Off stride at the start. Briefly, though, the 4, Cerrone Sealster at 1-5, skipped at the start. Another breaker out of the backfield. Stone Face Jerry is on the gallop. Opening turn action. Opening turn leader. Canadian Shadow comes out on top here for Ryan DeRoche. Regrouping quickly. As mentioned, just threw a skip in at the start. This is the 4. Cerrone Sealster floating on up for Sori. Was 5th, 4th, 3rd, and looking to go forward in here as the 1-5 favorite. Will try to make front prior to turn number 2. Canadian Shadow is on the point. Here's the favorite, Cerrone Sealster, coming alongside. 29-4, quarter-mile speed. Chased up to make front. Prior to the turn, Cerrone Sealster and Austin settles in. It's Canadian Shadow now for the 2-hole ride, traveling out of 3rd. We've got Sunshine and May not keeping up in 4th, the Witch's Brew, and that's got Payson and Racing. Angling to the outside from 5th. Out of 6th is Sporty Mystic. 7th, In a Hurry, and well back distance, Stone Face Jerry. It's a lap to go for the favorite. Cerrone Sealster reached that point in a minute 4/5, so 31 flat through a second quarter breather. Cerrone Sealster on the lead. Canadian Shadow continues to track second. Up on the outside, gaining 3rd, Payson and Racing at a big price. 25-1, in fact, pulls alongside the heavy favorite, Cerrone Sealster. A second over toe up and 4 for Sporty Mystic at 30-1. And McKenzie is rousing that one up now by 3/4. 131-3. This is Cerrone Sealster, a heavy favorite, possibly vulnerable here in the between horses. Payson and Racing still coming on the 3-wide side. Extreme long shot, Sporty Mystic, and making a 4-wide rush and a brush. The first timer, In a Hurry, in behind the wall. Canadian Shadow into the stretch, and many chances still. The favorite, Cerrone Sealster, has been passed. Here's Sporty Mystic. Sporty Mystic at 30-1. I think so. Canadian Shadow was busting through towards the inside and staying on for 3rd, Cerrone Sealster. Sporty Mystic, a 4-1 on the morning line. Let go here at 30-1 to begin a pick 5 in London. Unofficial winner, number 7, Sporty Mystic, reaching up here. This was a top 2 selection for Robert Reed Jr. Gets let go at 30-1 somehow. And Robert mentioning Louis Eftimiadis has been He's been having a great run with his horses in recent weeks. So Sporty Mystic kind of under the radar in a big way here to start things off. Sporty Mystic at 30-1. The 7 on top over 3. Canadian Shadow at 14-1. Then you've got the favorite, Cerrone Sealster, staying on for third at 1-5. Rounding out a superfecta was the 6 In a Hurry at 22-1. So some big prices with the heavy favorite settling for third here in the opener. On our way back, here's Sporty Mystic, the 3-year-old daughter of sports writer out of Mystic Arrow by Western Terror. Owned and bred by Leo Baker of Pefferlaw. It's Louis Eftimiadis, the trainer. Paul McKenzie, winning driver. It's the maiden victory and the maiden mark of 202-3. Sporty Mystic in a race 1 shocker. Congratulations. Alrighty, race 1. It's official. Prices $65 even for Sporty Mystic. Exactor came back at $1,406.50. The dollar try $1,100, $32.65. No winning superfecta sold. The dollar super paying out on 7, 3, 4, and all for $1,788.85. The 20 center came back $357.77. Now this is incredible because top selection for Robert Reed Jr. finishes third. His second best selection wins. And no winning tries sold, or no winning superfecta sold here on race number 1. Incredible. The Witch's Brew was 7. Payson and Racing 6. Canadian Shadow was 2nd. Cerrone Sealster 3rd. Sunshine in May was 5th. In a Hurry 4th. Sporty Mystic a winner. Stone-Faced Jerry finishing 8th. Amount of 202-3. That is a maiden mark now for Sporty Mystic. Top down 7, 6, 2, 3, 5, 4, 1, and 8. Turn the page. And best of luck if you played 7 in that opening leg of the Pick 5. Over $15,000 wagered into that early Pick 5 pool tonight. Race 2 up and coming. No significant changes there. An exactor try, superfecta, and an early Pick 3 now added to our programs going forward. Again, an early Pick 3 will now begin in race number 2 going forward. 5 minutes wagering time on the second. Alrighty, guest capping tonight, Lou Sorella, the hashtag Lou Knows, Robert Reed Jr. with us for his selections, ticket ideas between race commentary and Ontario Racing with their race selections as well. We're about 3 minutes away from the second. Again, we've added the early pick 3. The late pick 3 stays in place for our final 3 races going forward. 5 minutes away from race number 2. Here's Ontario Racing's best bet idea for this evening. It is number 3, Lincoln Boulevard. Here was a morning line 2-1. Was a favorite currently at 4-5. He's getting class relief and is tough to go against in here. Mentions Ontario Racing on 3, Lincoln Boulevard. Their best bet selection here in race number 2. We got some will pays for you, says our production room, and here they are. These are the early daily double will pays. A favorite to complete it, number 3, Lincoln Boulevard, comes back at $192.10 based on a $2 double play. There was no action, absolutely zero action towards the 5 and 6 in the second half of the daily double. Moments away from a post parade. Race 2 is coming up. All right, and of course, with the 30-1 Bomber starting things up in the pick 5, check it out. Just $193 live and in play after the opening leg from a $15,000 plus pick 5 pool. And again, a top 2 selection for Robert Reed Jr. starting things up at 30-1. I wonder if he had him pegged as a player in that opening leg of the pick 5 on his own. We will track down Robert here shortly following the post parade of race 2. Here we go. Starters entering the track for a post parade. Race 2 features horses and geldings non-winners. 25,000 life tags of $15,000 here. Number 1, Lil Memories. Austin Sorry for Greg Drew. The trainer's Gerald Weir. Number 2, it'll be George's Credit. Tyler Bohr stays on for Rick Edwards. Trainer Steve Roberts. Rebecca Williamson along with Laverne Turnbull share the ownership on 3, Lincoln Boulevard, with Jeff Williamson training Garrett Rooney up AJ Knight, the 4. Brett McDonald gets the call for Greg Campbell. Angelo Delelis. Greg does the training. Gets a better post to work with. He's been drawing poorly in recent starts. Number 5, Rising Dragon, Bernie Desmond. The owner-trainer, Nick Stewart. Paul McKenzie trying to come right back here aboard a long shot at 6 full race cam. William Kirkpatrick along with Pamela Loomis share the ownership with William Training. Again, McKenzie tries for an early double. Outside chance for number 7, Always Been Crazy, Jay Harris. Staying on for Ron Nobes, the trainer Bruce Goy. And to trail out number 8, it's River Dally, Michael Arndt owning. It's Heather Pickett training. Ryan DeRoche just missed in the opener. He's on board the 8 River Dally here at 10-1. That is your field of 8 then for an exactor try super. And again, we have added an early pick 3 for race number 2 going forward. Here's a look at number 3, Lincoln Boulevard. It's going to be Garrett Rooney catch driving tonight for trainer Jeff Williamson. Lincoln Boulevard, one to consider here. And now I mentioned to our followers here that I would touch base with you, Robert Reed Jr. Go back to race number 1. I know you keyed up Cerrone Sealster, the heavy favorite there in a pick 5. Did you play any backup pick 5s where you have the 7 Sporty Mystic in play?
I wish I did, Sugar, but you know what? I live and die with the tickets that we post, and that was the ticket that I played.
Yeah.
You know, I played the ticket with Cerrone Sealster, was singled on it, and you know, it wasn't. I didn't have to travel too far though to get Sporty Mystic, my second choice, and again, you know, I believe strongly in you know really tabbing how barns are performing.
Right.
And Looney's horses have been racing a lot better. I've seen it at Mohawk Park. I've been noticing it in the Horse Players Journal. And I just said, you know what, if this horse just takes that step forward, maybe he can get a big piece of it. Well, she ended up winning the race. And I think that's one thing for everyone to kind of know is that if you see a barn performing well, look at the current paper and maybe just bump it up a notch.
Right. Barns tend to go in spurts. And now, like I said, Louis doesn't race much down here around London. So good for you to pick up on that angle. And I'm really hoping horse players and followers that were tuned in to your comments there on Sporty Mystic in the opener. I really hope some of them cashed in on it. And if they did cash in, they cashed in huge.
Yeah, they did. Everything paid insane, and like the super. We were just talking about supers, and wild to see that nobody had it with the favorite actually still running third.
Yeah, and I mean the pool. You would have took home over $4,000, I believe. There was well over $5,000 in the super pool. So for me, for you to be talking about a heavy favorite and then your second choice, and I mean, not too hard to go 4-7, 4-7 all, 4-7 all, 4-7 all to take the superfecta pool. So anyway, here we go. It's a large tickets to start off the night, and that's what I mentioned on the pregame show. If you could hit these multi-leg wagers today, you're going to get paid. There was no shot of it happening last night, especially with the early pick 5. It was just chalk. Less than 2, number 3, Lincoln Boulevard. A key play for you here.
Yeah, I just love getting it back into the condition claiming ranks. And last time, post 7, Flambeau Downs. I'm going to toss that one out. Still ended up being a decent effort against much tougher. Good post to work from. Garrett Rooney's driving well, and I think that this one gets the job done. 4-5, no surprise for me.
Right on. Speaking of good post, little memories. Try to go all the way. Last time out, just come up short to finish second. Gets a rail to work with tonight. Austin Sorey will be pointing.
Yeah, I think so. You've got it right from the pole position. Can't waste that spot. Royal Double raced really well to actually beat this one last time. So I think that you can even maybe bump that runner-up finish up a little bit. 7-1 on the board's probably an overlay on Little Memories, to be honest, from that starting spot. But for me, a play underneath.
Okay, River Dally leaving from the trailing spot. Now, Ryan DeRoche may be unfamiliar with many who play the Ontario harness racing scene, but I know Ryan well from the matinee circuit back home. He's been driving since he could walk against older gentlemen. So, you know, he's really coming into his own here in Ontario. I've seen him show up in the winner's circle with long shots, with favorites. So his stock, it's improving. The stock he's driving is improving. River Dally gets a shot here from the trailing spot following out speed.
Yeah, I think you always have to take heed of one then the trailing spot that's following out good speed from the rail position. The one thing I don't like about River Valley is over 23 on the season, but one that does kind of hit the board with frequency. And as I said, I think Ryan DeRoche has been driving really well. I got to see him a lot at Grand River. One that's certainly raising his game to a new level. So
Big
I
time.
think that this is prime candidate to hit the ticket, bottom end of the Tri or Super.
Right on. Ryan DeRoche certainly coming around here in London this season. Outside chance for 7, always been crazy. Jay Harris.
Yeah, one I've been chasing. Those horses we talk about Sugar all the time. Ones that you chase, you just can't get off their bandwagon.
Yeah.
He's one that I just can't get off his bandwagon. I'm on again tonight from post 7 to 8. That's a piece of it at 9-1.
All right, give him a shot. 7, always been crazy here in race number 2. In behind the gate, then we've got Lil Memories, George's Credit, Lincoln Boulevard, AJ Knight, and Rising Dragon. Full race cam, always been crazy with River Valley in the trailing spot. They're at the top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. Off and pacing to a 4 across beginning. AJ Knight, as mentioned, he drew better this time. He's out there in search of an early lead, though along the inside, Lil Memories with that pole advantage is going forward next door. George's Credit still coming on the outside. AJ Knight and Brett McDonald wants this one on top. AJ Knight working against Lil Memories. It's these two together, and they're going plenty to this opening quarter mile. The front two are in full flight at the quarter mile station. 27-3. AJ Knight did take command. Lil Memories went on hold in second. A gapped off third for George's Credit. River Valley follows up the Serious Speed in fourth. Fifth best away for the 1-2 fave Lincoln Boulevard as they get set to make the swing here. And it's on top. AJ Knight continuing second. Lil Memories. Here comes River Valley now, and DeRoche has this one in play with just over a lap to go. 57-1. Halftime. AJ Knight under heavy pressure. Here's River Valley striding up now to look the leader in the eye, providing cover to Lincoln Boulevard. He's towed right up into it. Lil Memories getting locked and blocked out there, third over and gaining. Always been crazy. Now a buried sixth for George's Credit. Off the back end goes Rising Dragon, the trailer. Full race cam up by 3/4. Ryan DeRoche appears to be live with River Valley. Took them by 3/4. 126-3. Lincoln Boulevard tries to follow up here in second. Third and wide. Always been crazy. Back on for fourth would be Lil Memories. Now to challenge for the fourth spot. George's Credit and 8 left to go. River Valley trying to upset the apple cart here at 9-1. Here's race fave Lincoln Boulevard trying to get to him. Always been crazy, not tonight. River Valley's got DeRoche headed to the winner's circle. Lincoln Boulevard second. Third goes to Always Been Crazy. George's Credit on for fourth. 157 flat. Never better. River Valley DeRoche for Pickett. More value here in race 2. It's the 8 River Valley. River Valley offering 9-1. Ryan DeRoche in the winner's circle last night with the Ladies from Hell in the finale, and he's right back to it here in race 2 with River Valley. Second best in there, number 3 Lincoln Boulevard. The 7 Always Been Crazy third, and number 2 George's Credit rounds out a superfecta. 9, 3, 7, and 2. Winner's circle is next. PEI native Ryan DeRoche coming back, and we've got some folks tuned in from PEI. Shelley, Connolly, Wilkie, and family tuned in and watching from Prince Edward Island. Mentioning Good Eye Hawkeye was a winner for their family on Saturday. Good Eye Hawkeye, well known around London, now racing and doing well in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. So here is River Dally coming back, a 4-year-old bay stallion by Dally. At a Mary Rita Hanover by All-American native Michael Arndt, the owner. Heather Pickett trains Ryan Darash with another victory here in London. His stock is improved and has moved way up the ladder here. Wonderful job, Ryan, hanging a new mark of 157 here on River Dally. Congratulations. It's official, and River Dally returns $20 on the nose. The exactor came back at $71.30. Dollar try, $181.90. Super for a buck, $925.80. And there's an early daily double. Combination of 7 and 8. It's 30-1 onto a 9-1 for a daily double payoff of $1,052 and change. Lil Memories was 6. George's Credit 4th. Lincoln Boulevard 2nd. A.J. Knight was 8th. Rising Dragon 7th. Full Race Cam 5th. Always Been Crazy 3rd. River Dally was a race winner. 27-3. 57-1. 126-3. And that mile of 157 flat. A new lifetime best for River Dally. Top down 642 875 3 and 1. Third. Up next, exactor try a superfecta. 8 starters on the pace going postward. Good luck. Alrighty, my best bet selection on tonight's card, and she's offering a nice price right now. Now, I mentioned to Robert Reed Jr. last week that I don't normally chase horses. After they won at a big price, I forget how he put it, was don't go to the party if you missed the... But anyway, we'll get to that, saying that he mentioned last week. Nothing holding me back, 74-1 winner. Last week was morning line at 3-1. Right now she's offering 7-1. Now I love this horse because she was huge last time, used multiple times, and they get over to 3/4 and 26 and change, and she was still coming on the end to win an added distance race. If she has that same effort tonight, I could see her doubling up. I'm banking on her on having turned a corner for the Connections. I know the Connections are very high on her. Tyler Boer's been having a great run here in recent weeks, so nothing holding me back. My best bet selection here, I'm going to stick to it as she now drops to 5-2. Hope for 3-1 or better, and nothing holding me back here. How about the live money following race number 2? After 2 legs, $29 only. Live and in play from a Pick 5 pool of $15,000 plus best of luck. If you're still going forward, hit this Pick 5 and you will get paid. Post-spreading now, starters for the third exactor try, Superfecta. Number 1, Ms. Megan Sparkle for Mark McCormick and Megan McCormick. Mark trains, Jay Harris. Number 2, Nothing Holding Me Back. We'll try to double up here for Gord McDonald, Doug Good, Gord trains, Tyler Borth. Tearing up the credit, number 3, Scott Ray driving for owner-trainer Diana McIntosh. Here's 4, Faithful's Nola, the blind bridle tonight for owner-trainer Ernest Nucio. Mark St. Louis Jr. tonight. Ken Curran owning, John Curran trains 5, Deep in the Red, Jason Ryan. Number 6, it'll be Cherie Amour for Len Rosine of London. Dave O'Brien conditions. Natasha Days in the bike. Outside chance for number 7, Dazzlin' Rosie. It's Ross Batten, owning, training, driving, sharing. Ownership with Dr. Paul Rutherford. And then the 8, Kiss It Better, trails out for Doug and Dennis Belan. Dennis training. Ryan DeRoche will try to come right back. 8 starters here for race number 3, an Exactor Try and Superfecta. So here we are, $29 live and in play from that $15,000 Pick 5 pool. And Ryan DeRoche, we get talking him up, and sure enough, he shows up at the winner's circle. Hey, Robert?
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? We were talking him up, gave him a boost of confidence, and he went out there and drove a great race, that's for sure. Got the job done at a nice price.
Yeah, and that Triactor paid huge. I mean, we both like the idea of 3, 8, and 7 being involved in there. $363, crazy price on the Tri.
It really was. I wasn't expecting that at all because you get the favorite beat, but
Right.
the sandwich in between a couple of logical horses, right? So
Yeah.
you expect it to be about $120, maybe 140.
Right.
Hang up that number. That's a wild price.
Right, you take that heavy favorite and a $5 try, first and second with 3 horses, and there you got about like $700-800. Crazy price. Anyway, let's get to Ross Batten. Let's get him to his 5,000th career victory.
Yeah, we're stuck on 4,999, and Ross has been inching in on that number, right?
Yeah.
It's been kind of something coming close in many spots, throughout the summer. And, Dazzlin' Rosie for me is one that, I have been chasing. I definitely have rose-colored glasses for. There's no doubt about that. But she's one that's kind of been a peripheral player inching in on them. And I don't think post really matters with her. So I think when you do get her, you got to get a good price on her. So I figured, you know what, tonight's the night that I'm going to take a shot on her. She just went down from 8 to 1 to 4 to 1, so maybe I should stop talking about her. But Dazzlin' Rosie is one that I do think that, it would make sense if Ross got the job done on one like this, because she's one that's kind of been a lot closer than it might appear in the program. And I don't think this field's even close to being out of her reach.
Right.
9 to 2 is shorter than what I wanted to take on her, though.
Right, I agree on everything you're saying. You know what? If she's within 4 lengths, if she's 5th or 6th turning for home within 4 lengths, she can get there. I could see her charging up and taking this. So we'll wish Dazzlin' Rosie and Ross Batten good luck. I know our racing manager, Tony Elliott, has got that sign polished up and waiting for a photo op.
I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it.
Right on. Second choice selection for you. Number 1, Ms. Megan Sparkle. Jay Harris on board with a rail advantage. One to think about.
Just don't like the time off. That was what kind of deterred me from putting her on top. I thought the 1, 2, and 3 all looked about the same for me, and that's why I think I went to number 7, Dazzlin' Rosie. But speed on the inside, decent qualifier. Just the time off is what concerns me with Miss Megan Sparkle. Wouldn't want to take 8 to 5 on a horse hasn't raced since October the 12th.
For me, the Now horse is my top selection, and your third choice selection in here. It's the 2, Nothing Holding Me Back. Now, we got talking about this last week where it's very tough to back a horse when they win at a huge price. And what's the saying you mentioned?
The saying is, if you miss the wedding, don't go to the funeral.
That's the one. That's the one. And Daryl Laver just sending a message now, updating me on that saying. So Nothing Holding Me Back. The thing about this one that caught me last time, I noticed her right off the bat. Like before the opening quarter, she's out there rolling through quick fractions and finds a spot sitting up close to be 4th. They're at 3 quarters and 26. She's out and rolling again. So she was used multiple times and winning in 2, 4, and 4 at the added distance, beating Coming Your Way, who was a winner last night at Mohawk. I think she's just turned a corner. I know the connections are very high on her. Maybe they've found something, and after that last victory, I would not doubt it.
Yeah, there's exceptions to the rule, Sugar, and maybe this was one of them, right? Because she raced fantastic last time.
Right.
There's no question about that. And you just mentioned a great reference. Coming Your Way was a great winner last night at Mohawk Park, and faced a pretty good group to do it. So I think that 74 to 1, tough to swallow 8 to 5, but if the
Yeah.
effort's strong enough, hey, why not?
Yeah, I was hoping for at least 3 or 4 to 1 on that, but right now she's over bet. One more to consider, maybe number 3, Tearing Up the Credit, Scott Ray.
Yeah, this one that I think it needs to mind her manners and find her best stride. Her effort 3 back would be good enough to win against this group, I think. 6-1 on the board, probably the value in the race. I do think that the 1 and 2 are both over bet. I was hoping I could say for you, you missed the wedding, but maybe it's the anniversary party. But 9-5, that's not an anniversary party.
Yeah, that's a short price on one that just won at 74-1. Tell you what, Ross has gone back up to 10-1.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. You know what? I'll stick with Dazzlin' Rosie, take a shot at a price, and hope that Ross Batten does it in style.
Let's go, Ross, for 5,000 aboard 7. Dazzlin' Rosie. Here we go, Ms. Megan Sparkle. Nothing holding me back. Tearing up the credit. Faithful's Nola is in the center. Then deep in the red, Sharia Moore. Dazzlin' Rosie, Kiss It Better in the trailing spot. 7 on gate plus the trailer. 8th out. Going to be even money here on number 1, Ms. Megan Sparkle. Here they come. They're off. How about Ross Batten with early speed from the outside gate with Dazzlin' Rosie? Looks like he's going to sit third in here as Ms. Megan Sparkle drove on against Nothing Holding Me Back and Forth. Off stride in the backfield went the 4, Faithful's Nola. So the rest are up and inside of that one. They're going to be single file on this quarter-mile approach. Ms. Megan Sparkle here released as the 8-5 favorite. Second choice at 9-5. Nothing Holding Me Back is racing second. All Alone traveling third is Dazzlin' Rosie sitting in fourth, tearing up the credit. 5th best away for Kiss It Better. The back markers are deep in the red. Sharia Moore. And back to the barn for Faithful's Nola. 29-1 the quarter mile. Ms. Megan Sparkle left alone here, unchallenged at 3/8 completion. It's Nothing Holding Me Back, taking that 2-hole ride and is comfortable in doing so. Tearing up the credit now, rolling first up for Ray. Trying to pick up that cover, though gapping it, Kiss It Better, getting shuffled, Dazzlin' Rosie. They're going to go at it here. It's going to be a third quarter tilt between Ms. Megan Sparkle and tearing up the credit. A minute 2/5. Nice breather of 31-1 through that second frame. Battle on as they straighten for the 3/4. Ms. Megan Sparkle tearing up the credit. Right there with them in third is Nothing Holding Me Back. Here's Ross angling Dazzlin' Rosie to the outside in fourth, though Nothing Holding Me Back. She's off pylons at a third. 1:28-4. Picked it up big time. 28-2. Speed through the third. Tearing up the credit on top. Here comes Nothing Holding Me Back. Giving up in third, Ms. Megan Sparkle. Dazzlin' Rosie for Batten is going to make it a threesome as they swing and zing for home. Tearing up the credit. Nothing Holding Me Back. Ross Batten, he wants 5,000 and he wants it tonight. Ross Batten, career driving win number 5,000. There it is. That just happened. Congratulations. Sharia Moore at a big number, getting up for the deuce. The rest of them were scattered through the stretch. Hold all tickets. Unofficial winner, number 7, Dazzlin' Rosie, over 6, Sharia Moore. Then the 3, tearing up the credit, and 1, Ms. Megan Sparkle. 7, 6, 3, and 1. Judges' inquiry will involve the stretch drive. Hold all tickets. Tony, we may need someone to hold the horse here for Ross as well. Tony, might need someone to hold the horse for Ross. We'll wait on Dylan here for the presentation. Dylan, always a great supporter here for our winners in London. She's going to make her way to the winner's circle here to help out Ross after he's just scored his 5,000th career driving win. Here's Dylan Jackson. We'll call her the winning caretaker with the Dazzlin' Rosie, 5-year-old daughter of Playboy Colleen, out of Logically Inclined by Shark Gesture for the owners Ross Batten, Dr. Paul Rutherford. Ross, training and driving. This is big. Racing manager Tony Elliott on hand to congratulate and present the spoils of victory to Mr. Ross Batten on just winning his 5,000th victory. In the sulky here in Ontario. We waited on it all summer, but here it is in November. Congratulations, Ross Batten, 5,000 career driving victories. All the best. So again, a judge's inquiry here. They are going to review the stretch drive here. You see a few horses get scattered here through the stretch. Hold all tickets till the result becomes official. Ladies and gentlemen, there's been a placing. Number 3, Tearing Up the Credit, finished third, will be placed 7th for causing interference through the stretch drive. It's going to make the new call read 7, 6, 1, and 8. Again, number 3, Tearing Up the Credit, finished third, will be placed 7th for causing interference in the stretch. The new call, 7, 6, 1, and 8, unofficial. It's official then. Ms. Megan Sparkle, 4th place, 3rd. Nothing holding me back. 7th place, 6th. Tearing Up the Credit, 3rd place, 7th for the interference in the stretch. Faithful's Nola did not finish. Deep in the red, 6th place, 5th. Sharia Moore finished 2nd. Dazzlin' Rosie, a race winner. Ross Batten for career driving win number 5,000. Congratulations once again, Ross. Kiss It Better, 5th place, 4th, a 29-1, minute 2 fifths, 128-4, and a mile of 158-3. It was Dazzlin' Rosie, and it was just meant to be. From the top, 3, 6, 7, DNF, 5, 2, 1, 4 on the bottom. 4th race up and coming. Scratch the 2, Denmark Sealster. Scratch the 4, Rockin' My Dream. It's a reduced field of 6. 4, an Exactor. Try, Superfecta. Early pick 4. Keeping a close eye on Live Money should there be anything remaining in play following leg 3 with another upset victory and a top selection for Robert Reed Jr. in Dazzlin' Rosie, $14 winner. So we got $14 on that win ticket. Exactor $131.50. Dollar try $207.30. The super for $1,700, $22.10. 20-cent super worth $344.42. The prices coming back tonight they're really good. All three races tonight offering very good prices thus far. Compared to last night, it was just chalk, right? Fourth race up next. We're about 10 minutes away from the opening leg of an early pick four. Can a favorite get there? Opening up as a fave, number 1, Shazam Blue Chip at 1-2. It's going to be 2-1 action for 3, Gambling Addiction, 5-2 for 6, Captain Ray. All could figure in this opening leg of an early pick four. We're about 9 minutes out. Robert Reed Jr. will be with us here shortly to set up early pick four tickets.
All right. Well, congrats to Ross Batten on an incredible milestone win, number 5,000 as a driver aboard Dazzlin' Rosie. I just had a feeling tonight that it was coming on her, one that's been a peripheral player, but now gets the job done. As soon as she left off the gate and got away in the 3-hole, I said, this is going to be the night that Ross gets his 5,000th career driving victory. So congrats to Ross Batten and Dazzlin' Rosie. Nice performance there. In race number 3, it's pick 5, folks. If you're still alive, it's going to be absolutely massive. Who knows? We might be on our way to a carryover. But it's pick 4 time now, starting here in race 4. The early pick 4. Take out 15%, guaranteed pool, $7,500. Let's take a look at our tickets. Start off with Sugar's ticket. And no single for Sugar, but you'll see again, we're on the same wavelength, even though I do have a single in my ticket. He's using the 1 and 3 in the opening leg, Shazam Blue Chip, Gambling Addiction. The 2 that I think are likely the ones to beat. I use a couple other ones that might be a price in here as well. Second leg, race number 5, he's got the inside 6, so he's going 6 deep, just leaving out the outside post in the trailing position. I do think that race 5 is one that we could see a price in. I think there's a number of contenders in there, and I want to have a lot of coverage in that race as well. Race 6, the 5, 6, and 7. Hope to be first. Twilight Zone always in the money. I think I'm going 2 deep. Actually, no, I'm going to be using 3 in there as well. The same 3 horses. So me and Sugar are on the same page in race number 6. That is the seniors pace. And then the last leg, he's going 2 deep with number 1, Toonie Teen, and number 7, Royal Double. I mentioned earlier on the broadcast that Royal Double was very impressive last time in the condition claiming event, first time in a condition claimer. I left that one off my ticket. I do like that Sugar put that one on there because that might be the horse that helps it pay in that last leg. I think number 1, Toonie Teen, will be a pretty big favorite. Now let's take a look at my ticket. I am going to single in that last leg on number 1, Toonie Teen. But in the opening leg, I'm going to go a little bit deeper because I do like number 5, Edam's Sports Baby. Thought the effort 2 back, maybe an against Softer, definitely against Softer, was a really impressive effort. Jim Jarvis, first time, last time. Horse got away pretty far back, ended up, finishing 7th. Now you get, Mark St. Louis aboard, so might see this one go forward off the gate. So I went 4 deep, the 1, 3, 5, and 7 in the opening leg. Maybe try to get a price down here. In race 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So same as Sugar, except I left off number 5, Bit of Luck. I said, hey, maybe I've been holding against that one that I've tried him a couple times. He hasn't got the job done for me. Same horses in race number 6, the 5, 6, and 7. I think those are the 3 to beat in that seniors pace. But then in race 7, I'm going to single the 1, Toonie Teen. I just think that coming out of the autumn series and before that racing in, open non-winners of 2 company and now moving to that condition claiming ranks, going to absolutely love that reclassification. Gets the pole position to work from. Tyler Borth aboard. He's been driving great. I'm okay singling number 1, Toonie Teen in race 7. But someone pointed out to me, if I wasn't singling the chalks, maybe I'd be alive in this pick 5 tonight. Dazzle and Rosie wins, one of my price plays. I did have the first 2 winners, in the mix. So if I had a just different structure, not keyed favorites, keyed prices, maybe I'd be alive. So some strategy to consider, right, folks? You want the big payouts. You can't go where the chalks are. But unfortunately, hey, my ticket's already made. I'm keying Toonie Teen in race number 7. We're 4 minutes away till the horse will be moving out on the track for this first leg of the early pick 4. Again, that pick 5 can't have much left now, folks. So you might want to start working on that late pick 5 just in case there's a big carryover. But we'll be back to take a closer look at race number 4 after the post break.
Getting set for a post parade here. It's the fourth race, opening leg of an early pick 4 in London. Set to go postwards soon. Exactor Tri Super also featured here on a reduced field of 6 with the scratches of 2 and 4. So 3 legs of the early pick 5 in and done. We had 30-1 on to 9-1 on to 6-1. Very strong possibility, though. There's still a few dollars live and in play going into leg 4 here of this early pick 5. Best of luck if you happened to be still alive and going on. Shazam Blue Chip on the rail here. Paul McKenzie for Michelle Legacy. The trainer's Gerard Demers. 2 is out. Number 3 is Gambling Addiction. Garrett Rooney tonight for Rebecca Williamson. The trainer's Jeff Williamson. 4 is out. The 5, Edom Sports Baby, Mark St. Louis Jr. for Alma Jarvis. The trainer's Jim Jarvis. Captain Ray, 6, Austin Sori for Lindsay Kerr, along with Dave Dighton, Michaela Romano. Lindsay trains. Austin Sori on 6. Outside chance for 7, Modern Rider, Todd Borth for Bert, Jason, and Betty Sherman with Jason training. And then the 8, Casey's Dragon from the trailing spot, just missing last time out for Stephanie DiPietro. Patrick Rillo conditioned, Jason Ryan driven. Those are your 6 starters then for an Exactor Tri Superfecta. The pick 4 starts here. Okay, back with Robert Reed Jr. commentary leading up to this opening leg of the early pick 4. And, we get talking about, you mentioned about the live money there in a pick 5. I have a feeling there's still a few dollars left in play because all winners, even though they've been prices, 30-1, 9-1, 7-1, they've all been talked about. We've hyped these horses that have won these races tonight. Dazzlin' Rosie, as you mentioned, what a key that would have been, hey?
Oh yeah, and that's the one thing. You're always learning, right?
Yeah.
And I do have some people that are maybe more of experts at ticket structure, and they always say, hey, well, if you keyed your price horse, maybe you'd be alive right now for a big one.
That would have been
the favorites. You're never going to take it all down.
That would have been a Ryan Willis play, I think, keying up a 6-1. But I don't know if he would have been back to Batten.
It would have been. And the funny thing is that he's actually someone who I know has followed Dazzlin' Rosie quite a few times.
Yeah.
And I think that, the minute you saw her leave the gate tonight, though, Sugar, you said, hey, this might be the night that Rosie gets the job done.
Yeah, she caught my eye. She got the first call off the wings, right?
Yeah, he was flying out of there, got away in a great spot. And hey, listen, Ross just bided his time, kind of like he did on getting to 5,000,
right? And
then just pounced on them.
Great.
And you could see turning for home that it was race over.
Yeah, great to see. It was probably over just after the gate left, but going up by 3/4, she looked really good, and into the stretch, yeah, it was done. Let's look at the 3, Gambling Addiction here. I like this horse. Gets around London well. His last start here was a victory, and he was in against some tough horses in there.
He's a really good-looking horse too. Look at him on camera right now. I just love the way this horse carries himself, and I saw him a few times at Grand River, and he got the job done. A couple times there over the course of the summer, and I just think he's a nice horse now that gets into the condition claiming ranks, and should love the reclassification against this kind of company. And I think the way he looks at the track right now, he's going to be tough to beat tonight. And a little bit surprised that he's not taking more of the support, especially from who he's been racing against recently. 9-5, I think, is not a bad price. Number 3, Gambling Addiction.
I like him, and to me, he's so big. I never noticed him until now, the size, and he gets around this half just fine. Number 1, Shazam Blue Chip off a qualifier over Flamborough, maybe made to qualify after a few outings at Woodbine Mohawk Park. I'm not sure why the qualifier.
He was a little bit, we'll say, erratic, I guess, in his latest. Caused some interference and a little bit of bumper cars out there. Maybe even we could say like Shazam Blue Chip's an interesting one, and he's presented some steering problems in the past too. I think for some drivers, but the qualifier certainly looks like one that you can get encouraged with when you look at it. Just the day after, really, too, that effort at Mohawk Park on the 28th. So I totally get why this horse is taking support. I'm just not there on this one where I could ever make him the 3 to 5 favorite, just because what I've seen in the past, and at times he does get a little bit difficult to handle for the drivers. So I'm not so sure, how tonight goes for him.
He does show good half-mile speed, though it's over Flamborough, and we've mentioned it before. We'll mention it again. Flamborough is quicker than London this time of year, folks. Number 5, Edom Sports Baby, a top 3 threat for you with Mark St. Louis going on board tonight.
Intriguing one for me. You get Mark St. Louis aboard, and you know what? That effort that this one was claimed out of, that's a winner's over $7,000 condition claimer, right? So it's actually a good condition claiming group. I kind of liken it to something comparable to this group, maybe slightly below it. I think Edom Sports Baby right now is the value on the board at 12 to 1.
Right on. Going to your odd numbered superfecta then, 7, Outside Chance, Modern Rider, Tyler Borsty's on.
Just one that's been racing well, in my opinion. Last time rallied to be third and didn't really have any right to finish in that spot. And then 3 starts back was a winner, for Jason Sherman. So just one that I think can hit the bottom end of the exotics. Nice price, 18 to 1 right now.
Right. Starter calls the action. Great job, Robert Reed Jr. setting up this early pick 4. Still time. You'd have to hurry, though. The gate is moving. Top of the stretch then, Shazam Blue Chip, Gambling Addiction, Edom Sports Baby, Captain Ray, Modern Rider, Casey's Dragon, trails out. Field of 6 to start up the early pick 4. Here they come. And away they go. No surprise here. First to show was Shazam Blue Chip, leaving on out of there from the trailing spot. Casey's Dragon to go up close. Up on the wide side travels Captain Ray, and Austin Surrey has that one motivated here in the early going. Gambling Addiction has gotten away in 4th, best away for Edom Sports Baby, the earliest trailer, Modern Rider. So they've all got spots along the pylons early. It's a compact field of 6, and it's a headstrong Shazam Blue Chip for McKenzie, reaching the quarter mile in 28 seconds flat. He grabs up and will try for a second quarter breather on board this even money favorite. Shazam Blue Chip on top, second best, and now up and after the leader, Captain Ray. Staying in was Casey's Dragon, out there into the flow and on the go, Edom Sports Baby, and off the back end, Modern Rider. Getting shuffled to last, Gambling Addiction here. To the half mile, Shazam Blue Chip, the one to take down. Captain Ray offers up the first up pressure. Casey's Dragon gapping the pocket slightly. Out there in 4th, Edom Sports Baby. Still along the inside, Gambling Addiction. And back last, Modern Rider, 57-4, the halftime speed. And now it's the backside for Shazam Blue Chip. Tripping out here, Casey's Dragon at 10 to 1. Way up on the outside, Edom Sports Baby tracking along the inside. That is Gambling Addiction here, 3/4 and in full flight again. Shazam Blue Chip trying to go downtown in London. A 28-4 third quarter. Shazam Blue Chip on the lead. Casey's Dragon breathing fire now. Makes a move to the outside in the second. 3 wide path. Here comes Gambling Addiction. 3 across. They'll be heads apart. Shazam Blue Chip. Casey's Dragon wide side. Gambling Addiction showing up late. Here is Gambling Addiction for the win. Shazam Blue Chip second, Casey's Dragon third, Modern Rider 4th, 156 flat, 2 to 1, and Gambling Addiction, a nice price. Number 3, Gambling Addiction. Let go here at 2-1. Starts up the pick 4, almost $17,000 in the pool. Shazam Blue Chip, the 1 was second, then 8 Casey's Dragon and 7 Modern Rider. 3-1, 8 and 7 unofficial. Returning down in front, number 3, Gambling Addiction, a 4-year-old son of Classic Card Shark out of Smooth Latin by Caprock. For Rebecca Williamson, trainer Jeff Williamson, Garrett Rooney catch driving for the victory tonight. That's a nice mile and a nice price on Gambling Addiction. Second choice winner here at 2-1. A mile tonight in 156 flat. Just a few ticks off his lifetime best. Going official here in the 4th. Shazam Blue Chip was second. The 2 at Scratch Gambling Addiction race winner. The 4 at Scratch. Edom Sports Baby 6. Captain Ray 5th. Modern Rider 4. Casey's Dragon 3rd. 28, 57 and 4. 126 and 3. And I'm out of 156 flat. Gambling Addiction is 2 for 2 in his last couple of outings here then in London. Top down, 2 scratch, 1 scratch, 6, 5, 4, and 3. Prices, $6.60 to win, and that's all right. Exactor, $14.30. Another decent pay, and $1 try, $35.90. Super for buck, $139.10. The 20 center worth, $27.82. And the pick 3 on to race 4. This is a 20-cent payout, $200. and 55 cents for Riverdale, Dazzlin' Rosie, and Gambling Addiction. That's all right. Race 5 up and coming. It's the final leg of tonight's Early Pick 5. Checking out the Will Pays. Every horse is live except for the 7, Colorado Buck. 20-cent payouts are $10,000 plus on all horses except for the 7, Colorado Buck. No live money left in play. Here we go. Final leg of an early pick 5 in London. As mentioned, all the will pays, 20 centers, up and over $10,000, except for the 7 Colorado Buck. Should 7 win to be a carryover into race 6. Here's the field for the 5th, number 1, A Positive Hanover, owned, trained, and driven by Don Rankin Jr. Dreidel Hanover 2, Tyler Borth for Francois Morin. The trainer now, Joe Pereira. Number 3, Major Makeover, Paul McKenzie for Hut Racing Stable, Blake McIntosh, Touchstone Farms Inc., and Ozzie McKay. Blake Training, Paul McKenzie on 3, Major Makeover. Sally Charlton owning, Lindsay Kerr Training 4, Mr. Mock Jimmy, Austin Sorry. Then the 5, Bit of Luck, Bo Brown on board for Michael Goldberg, the trainer's Tisha Symes. Number 6, J.K. N.R. Lightel. Jason Ryan now driving for Ashley and Ed Hensley. Ashley trains. Colorado Buck, the 7, Garrett Rooney on board for owner-trainer Doug Schweitzer. And then the 8, Mo Better from the trailing spot, owned by Kerry Howard, trained by Jeff Graham. Johnny Hahn is in the sulky. Those are your 8 pacers then for an exactor try. It's a super high 5. All righty, so many live well, I shouldn't say many, just to be single winners on the Pick 5. I see a few south of the border live tickets in play. I see a few Canadian tickets in play for the Pick 5 pool to take down here onto race number 5. Number 6, JKNR Lightel gets a driver change. Jason Ryan hops on board in a top selection for you. Those top selections have been not bad last few races here, Robert.
Yeah, last couple of races have been okay. Listen, I thought Gambling Addiction paid really well.
He did.
And their 2-1 I thought was a good price. And I thought he was the best going into the race, and he ended up winning pretty comfortably. And Shazam Blue Chip raced okay on the front end, but Gambling Addiction 2-1, I thought that was a bit of an overlay, to be honest. But yeah, last couple of winners we've had on top, and this one's not too creative. JKNR Lightel right now 1-5 on the board. I think that's an underlay, Sugar. I really do. I know last time this horse just took boatloads of money. We got Quick Tour down on that occasion at a big price, which was nice.
Yeah.
It was a crowning moment last week. It was a nice one to get down.
Yeah, for sure.
That was, kind of a play against this one. Now I'm, on his bandwagon. He got beat from behind by Quick Tour, so that's something that should be taken into account. He did come from out of it, but he got picked up from behind by Quick Tour at 30 cents the dollar, 1-5 this time. Top choice, but I'll be honest, I don't feel too comfortable taking that short of a price on him.
You mentioned underlay, right? Maybe for some horse players not familiar with the term underlay meaning.
Just meaning that the price is way too short. That
Gotcha.
If you're looking for horses that the one way you can do it, if you're someone who watches every single week, make your own odds before the race. Just,
right.
Jot down what you think the prices should be. I would have J.K.N.R. Lightel at around 2-1. 3-5 is way below that. So for me, he's an underlay, and I think in most people's opinions, he's an underlay. So I'm looking for horses that are going to be a bigger price than what I'd project them at. And, JKNR Lightel right now, 3-5. Even if he gets up to even money, you're suggesting that he's going to win, half the time this race is run, which I'm not so sure that's the case.
It's not an easy race at all. I mean, here's the 1, A Positive Hanover. I thought he would have been better. I thought he would have had more during that final quarter because he did get a soft half of 58. He got pressed up the backside, and, of course, old Quick Tour was swinging 4 deep in the late going. There was no way he was going to hold off him, but I expected him to finish up a little better. A little soft on the end for Rankin.
Yeah, it comes right back again with another great draw from the pole position. And in my second selection last time, I was a little bit disappointed. Yeah, the way he finished the mile off, because he got a real nice breather in the second quarter. And at that point, I said, you know what, they're not going to catch this one. But he got a little leg weary late, and who knows what happens this time around. I think he's got to get pointed again though towards the front. I think 6-1's a decent price on A Positive Hanover. I'd say that right now he'd be, if he stays at that price, a bit of an overlay, but probably right around the right number.
Barn change for 2, Dreidel Hanover in from Three Rivers, half miler. Now, I don't know, 56, 57 around Three Rivers. I'm not sure how their track compares to London.
Yeah, I would say that I'd be more interested in Joe Pereira first time on number 2 Dreidel Hanover. And what's really concerning to me has been off a month, but the one time that I can kind of forgive a layoff with a horse is when they do switch barns, because I'd rather the trainer have that time. Hopefully the horse has been there a while, where they can get the horse where they want the horse to be, because sometimes you see a barn change, but they've only had the horse for 4 or 5 days. So what can they really do in that time to get the horse ready to maybe take that next step forward? So I like it a little more when it's a barn change. I think that horse is appealing right now at 9-1. I picked the horse third, but at the price, that's a pretty good number.
I'm just seeing him off a month, so I'm just picking up on that now. So, yeah, it's for me a little tough to back Dreidel Hanover here. Another one for you, number 4, Mr. Mock Jimmy. I like this horse's chances. The price is right.
Yeah, 4-1's not a bad number, Mr. Rock Jimmy. Racing in the preferred 3. This is a big step, downwards, and did win the level below this just 3 starts back. So I think you got to respect this one's chances at 9-2.
It's a super high-fi play in a field of 8. Exactor trials are featured. Still time, you'd have to hurry, though. Lining up A Positive Hanover, Dreidel Hanover. Major makeover, then Mr. Mock Jimmy, Bit of Luck, J.K., and our Lighttail. Colorado Buck for the outside gate. The trailing spot, Mo Better. They're a 16th out, and here they come. Off and pacing, Major Makeover, Mackenzie sending along the inside. A Positive Hanover's coming on through. They're going quickly up between pacers. Dreidel Hanover getting involved here in the early going, sprinting through this opening 8. Nothing settled just yet. Major Makeover working hard for the lead. Mackenzie keeps on going, grabs control. A Positive Hanover went on hold briefly. It's a give and it's a go. Rankin is going back to the top here. Brisk opening quarter mile of 27-1. Your quarter mile bullet tonight. A Positive Hanover, large and in charge now. It's Major Makeover in second. Dreidel Hanover traveling at a third. Mo Better sitting fourth. Angle to the outside in fifth. There goes Mr. Mock Jimmy providing cover for a Bit of Luck. It's a sluggish J.K. and our Lighttail in the early going here at 3-5, but has moved to the outside, trailing the field. Colorado Buck, the halftime leader. That's A Positive Hanover there in 56-4. It's a Major Makeover for the trip out there in third. Travels Dreidel Hanover saving ground along the inside. Mo Better second over. That is Mr. Mock Jimmy. He's being asked. Then along the inside it was Colorado Buck. Off the back end, Bit of Luck, the favorite. J.K. and our Lighttail is last, up by 3/4, still going forward here. A Positive Hanover challenging from the pocket, went to Major Makeover, saving ground. Mo Better and Johnny Hahn has found his way into the third, and also getting a shot now, Colorado Buck. We've got a 30-1 and a 40-1 bomber sitting second and third with an 8 left to go. Show 'em if you got 'em time. A Positive Hanover still on top, second best. Mo Better, Colorado Buck, and now from last, J.K. and our Lighttail timed it perfectly. J.K. and our Lighttail and Jason Ryan on for the victory. Second best at a big price, Mo Better, and close for third, 155-4 from the outhouse to the penthouse. So it's the 6, JKNR Liketail up in time. Over 8, Mo Better. Number 1, A Positive Hanover stays for third. Then the 7, Colorado Buck is fourth. And number 4, Mr. Mock Jimmy fifth. The high five combination 6, 8, 1, 7, and 4 unofficial. Here comes J.K. Unner Liketail at 3 to 5. He swoops the field from last. Gets up just in time here to take the fifth. J.K. Unner Liketail, the 5-year-old Ridgeling son of Tell It Like It Is, out of Guarding the Goal by All-American native Ashley and Ed Hensley, sharing ownership with Ashley Training. Jason Ryan driving tonight. Again, circling from last. 155 and 4. Congratulations. Going official here. A Positive Hanover was third. Dreidel Hanover 7th. Major Makeover 8. Mr. Mock Jimmy 5th. Bit of Luck was 6th. J.K. NR Liketail won it. Colorado Buck was 4th. Mo Better 2nd. 27 and 1. 56 and 4. 125 and 2. And a mile of 155 and 4 from last. J.K. NR Liketail. From the top, a 3, 7, 8, 5, 6, 1, 4, 2. 350 to win for J.K. at our Liketail. Exactor came back at 80 even. Dollar try, 237.75. How about the high five? This is a 20 center with the heavy favorite on top, and the high five comes back at the $5,000 plus. And then there was that high five, or the pick five play onto race number 5 with the favorite to complete it. It's a 20-cent pick 5 valued at over $13,000. Incredible payouts on both the pick 5 and high 5 considering what has come in here. Race 6 up next. It's the late pick 5 exactor try superfecta coming up. Blinkers for number 3 Hidden Potential. Race 6 up next, a seniors pace event.
All right, folks. Well, race 5 goes to JKNR Lightel up in the nick of time. Jason Ryan sweeping the field on that one. Didn't look probable at the halfway point, but in the end, getting the job done. 3-5, and that pick 5 pays over $13,000 for 20 cents. Was paying more than the 8, Mo Better, who was over 30-1. Go figure. Just wild payouts. That's why all of these multi-leg wagers here at the Raceway are must-plays, whether it be the pick 5 or the pick 4, all low takeouts of 15%. And here we go again. Another one, race 6, the late pick 5 now, 15% takeout, guaranteed pool at $7,500. We're going to exceed that, so make sure you start mapping out your winning tickets. Let's take a look now at mine and Sugar's tickets. Let's look at Sugar's first. And this is an interesting sequence, one that I think we could see some prices again. And I say interesting sequence, and right away we see on the board one that Sugar is not using a single in. And, I can't really blame him because there's some interesting races. Here in this senior's pace in the opener, 5, 6, and 7, going 3 deep. Right now, hope to be first is 4-5, but I do think you have to use Twilight Zone and always in the money as well. So 3 deep in that one. Second leg, race 7, the 1 Toonie Teen and the 7 Royal Double. 2 horses there that are logical. I'm actually going to single in that race, but Sugar's going 2 deep. And race 8, now here's the interesting one, folks, and always remember, these also eligibles when they draw in. So Sugar and I mapped out these tickets long before the changes. Sugar's going 4 deep in here with the 1, 2, 4, and 9. Mystic Messenger, the 9, draws into post 6, and a must-use. So we see him go 4 deep, adding Mystic Messenger there. In race 9, the 1 and 2, Savannah Splendor. Number 2, Derby Dillon. I like what he's doing in that one. And then the final leg, the 2, 4, and 8. The 2 is Lawman Rain. We saw Ross Batten get that 5,000th career driving victory. The 4 is Bet on Brett, and the 8 is Leafs and Wings, one that loves it here at the Raceway, and I think is a must-use tonight, even though 8-1 in the morning line. So a ticket that, looking to spread out and hopefully get some decent prices in there. $28.80 for a 20-cent bet. Let's take a look at my ticket now. Similar horses, a little bit different structure. I am going to take a chance in the second leg and go to a single there. So the ticket will be a little bit less money, but similar in nature. 5, 6, 7 in the opening leg, same horses as Sugar. I think those are the 3 to beat here in the seniors pace in race 6. Number 1, Toonie Teen, pole position, moving back, getting down to the condition claiming ranks, getting to a level that I think that this horse should love. I'm going to single this one with Tyler Borth. He's been driving fantastic as of late. I think he goes, coast to coast or something close to that with number 1, Toonie Teen in race 7. 5 deep in race 8. Now, here's the caveat to that. The 1 Winston Grace and the 2 Fastest Phelps, the 4 VJ's Cam, and the 7 Southern Massimo, the 9 Mystic Messenger. Here's the problem, though. I would have probably keyed Mystic Messenger if I had known that he was going to draw in. So I'm 5 deep there. This ticket was made in advance. I'm going to stick with my ticket, go 5 deep. I don't want to change it now. That might be a big fatal mistake for me. But Mystic Messenger, folks, the 9, I think is going to be tough to beat in that race, drawing into post 6 in race number 8. 3 deep in race 9, the 1, 2, and 3. Sticking with Sugar's picks with the 1 and 2, adding the 3 onto the ticket. I think the 9 might be one you want to use there as well. Another also eligible. They always give you positive expected value because they get left off a lot of tickets. In race 10, the 2, 4, and 8, finishing with the same horses that Sugar has there. So, I think that's it's an interesting sequence. There's a couple also eligibles that have drawn in that both, I think, have a bit of a chance. Mystic Messenger more so in race 8. Will be number 9 in the race, but has post 6. So make sure you map out your winning wagers. We got 3 minutes away till we're going onto the track. And don't forget, folks, I can't stress enough, those also eligibles that have drawn in races 8 and 9. The 9 is in the race. A couple of, decent post 6, and the trailing post for that other one. So map out your winning tickets. We'll come back after the post break and talk about the opening leg of this late pick 5 a little more.
Live money left in play here for the early pick four. Pool just shy of $17,000, and after a couple of legs and a couple of logical winners, right? Opening it up was Gambling Addiction at 2-1, onto a 3-5 shot, and $1,100 remaining in play from a pick four pool, $16,000 plus. Here we go. Starters on parade. Race number 6, opening leg of Elite Pick 5, led by number 1. Thorn in Your Side goes out for Cheryl Carlisle. Trainers Louis Eftimiadis. Paul McKenzie on board the 1. Thorn in Your Side. Post 2, another great pick. Ross Batten, owning, training, and driving, sharing ownership with Dr. Paul Rutherford. VMB Stable, owning number 3, Hidden Potential. John Pentland training, Tyler Borth aboard. Blinkers going on. Number 3, Hidden Potential tonight. Eternal Ruler 4, Ryan DeRoche for Diane Sylvester. The trainers, Dwayne May. Stacy Curry, owning and training 5, Hope to Be First, reuniting here with Mark St. Louis Jr. Twilight Zone 6, Natasha Day for Milton Young. The trainer's Kenny Oliver. Outside chance for number 7, Always End the Money. It's going to be Jason Ryan trying to come right back here for the owner, Michael Cecile, trainer Josh McKibben. And a trail out off the layoff, number 8, Cullen Keefe. Sam Taylor owns with Lauren House. Training and driving. Those are your 8 pacers for race 6. Exactor, Try, Superfecta, and a late pick 5 begins here. Getting a look here with number 7, Always in the Money. It's a seniors pace event, always popular here in London. I'm going to leave this all up to you, Robert Reed Jr., for setting up race number 6.
All right, thank you, Sugar. My pleasure to do it. And Sugar said this is the seniors pace, and for 11-year-olds and up, also eligible is now owners of 2,500 last 3 year. Actually, those ones that will draw inside tonight. No younger horse allowed in this one. All 11 years old and upwards. And I've got number 7, Always in the Money, on top, and a little bit surprised how the betting has gone so far. I understand that number 5, Hope to Be First. Some good things going for that one tonight, but has taken the bulk of the support so far. Now, Always in the Money starting to come down at 8-5, and racing in that pretty decent claiming handicap race at Mohawk Park last time, and finishing third there to PL Idaho and a boy named Suze, who are a couple of ones that have been racing great in that class as of late. So I think when you look down at this horse's lines in the seniors pace races, you'll see a victory, a pretty dominant victory, in fact, here 4 starts back, and then that second place finished at Twilight Zone on a night that we actually had that one on top. So I went to Always in the Money tonight just thinking that, this looks like a good spot for this one, and Jason Ryan's already got a victory on the card, and he'll be aboard Always in the Money, and he drove him to victory here at the Raceway on October 11th in his seniors pace race. Number 6, Twilight Zone, one that, listen, sentimentally I have to love his chances in here. This veteran, 41 lifetime wins, over 211,000 in the bank. Natasha Day aboard, and of course, a really nice effort last time, October the 19th. Had this one on top as my best bet on the card, and paid handsomely at 5-1. Went right to the choo-choo on that occasion. Had a healthy lead throughout, held on by 3/4 of a length. That was from post 3, though. This is now post 6. The big knock I have on Twilight Zone coming into this one is just the fact that it hasn't raced since October the 19th, so it's missed a couple of weeks. But this veteran, certainly knows what the winner's circle is, and I couldn't leave him out of the top 2 because that last effort was a dynamite one for Twilight Zone, and I think that he's always capable of performing well, especially in a class like this. He's a real classy veteran. Speaking of classy veterans, we'll Hope to Be First. So we're going to talk about 3 horses there in order that have 42 lifetime wins, 41 lifetime wins. Well, Hope to Be First at 13 years of age has 53 lifetime wins, and is just a shade below 370,000 in career earnings, and last time finished second, beaten a neck in a claiming handicap race at Flamborough Downs, and was also racing in the claiming handicap race, actually one that's lower than where Always in the Money raced last time, and finished 5th at Mohawk Park. So that's a bit of a form reference there, but I do think a lot of people are jumping on the Mark St. Louis angle with Hope to Be First, getting reunited with that teamster, and 2-1 on the board, though, in my opinion, is a bit of an underlay right now. Definitely one that I think you have to have on my pick 5 ticket, but I thought Hope to Be First might be a bit of a bigger price than that, and 2-1 might be a little bit short for me to bet a win ticket anyways on number 5, Hope to Be First. I would actually lean in the direction of a Twilight Zone at 7-1, or even think that Always in the Money, pound for pound, comparing the two prices, is probably a better number at 6-5. Number 2, another great pick. Well, we saw Ross Batten. There he is right there on screen. Got his 5,000th win earlier in the card on Dazzle and Rosie. And another great pick is one that's kind of been warming up to maybe a victory. 11 starts in the season, no wins yet. Has hit the board 5 times. Last time raced well to finish second, but he was 9 lengths in arrears to Real Wicked, who actually is my best bet on the card tonight. So I think another great pick is one that can get away sit a favorable trip and get a piece of it. 15-1, not a bad price for one to use somewhere underneath. Number one, thorn in your side. I said earlier tonight, Louis Eftimediadis, his horses are racing a lot better. This one's racing off a lengthy layoff, qualified decent, taking a lot of support at 5-1. You might want to consider from the pole position. Going to pass it off to Sugar. They're going postward.
In behind the gate then for race number 6, opening leg of a late pick 5 in London. Wonderful job, Robert Reed Jr. setting up race 6. All the angles are covered. Here we go. They're picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. Hope to be first. Always in the money. 1-2 off the car. Inside. Thorn in your side. Hope to be first in St. Louis. Make front. Thorn in your side. Set up for the 2-hole ride. Ducking and tucking into third. Always in the money. Traveling at a fourth, we've got Cullen Keefe. That comes ahead of another great pick. Settled in was Hidden Potential, then Eternal Ruler, the earliest trailer, Twilight Zone. Single file up towards the quarter mile. Headstrong in the pocket. McKenzie having a hard time wrestling down Thorn in your side as he peeked to the outside briefly at the quarter in 28-1. Hope to be first, just coasting here for St. Louis at 3-2. Thorn in your side is second. Traveling into third, always in the money, and a gapped off fourth for the returning Cullen Keefe. Another great pick is comfortable to sit in fifth. Hidden Potential, Eternal Ruler, and Twilight Zone. No movement yet here for the seniors pace event. Hope to be first, looking comfortable on the lead. Here comes, always in the money now, out for a challenge from third. Battles on for second now against Thorn in your side. Gapped off was Cullen Keefe. That brings another great pick, and Batten out of the backfield. Trying to be fourth, following up on that move is Hidden Potential, staying inside. Twilight Zone, and trailing now Eternal Ruler down the backside. A second and final time. Hope to be first in St. Louis. The lead is now 2.5 lengths. Thorn in your side. Battles on against the favorite, always in the money. Another great pick is taken fourth. Cullen Keefe is fifth. Hidden Potential, Eternal Ruler, and Twilight Zone. 3/4 up in 1. 27-1. Hope to be first. Turns it on. It's Thorn in your side, clinging to second. It's always in the money. One more time to battle on for the deuce. Another great pick coming late. Reunited, and it feels so good. St. Louis and Hope to be first, win by 5. Close for second. It may have been always in the money over Thorn in your side. Another great pick finishing fourth. 156-2. Hope to be first, just jogged. Returning down in front, here's Hope to be first, a 13-year-old son of Sagebrush, out of Hope to be Best by Cam Best, owned and trained by Stacy Curry of Guelph. Reuniting here with driver Mark St. Louis Jr. for the victory. 54th career win. Hope to be first. It's his 4th on the season as he takes this seniors pace event here in London. Congratulations, a trip tonight in 156-2. In the place photo, number 7, always in the money, second over 1, Thorn in Your Side. Number 2, another great pick, finishes 4th. 5, 7, 1, and 2. Going official here. The prices are up. $5 to win on a number 5. Hope to be first. That exactor came back at $10.70. That's all right. The dollar try, $32.25. The super for a buck, $147.85. The 20 center worth, $29.57. Thorn in Your Side finished 3rd. Another great pick was 4th. Hidden Potential 5th. Eternal Ruler 7th. Hope to be first. An easy winner. Twilight Zone was 6th. Always in the money 2nd. Cullen Key finished 8th. 28-1, 58-3, 127-1, and a mile, 56-2. Hope to be first. Career win number 54. From the top, 3, 4, 5, 7, 1, 6, 2, 8. Race number 7. Up and coming, exactor try, the superfecta. No changes here with about 4 minutes left to post time. Pick 4 will pays are on display. These are based on dollar tickets. The favorite to complete it, number 1, Toonie Teen, comes back at 102.70. There was some action as well for 7 Royal Double. N3, Tuca Ras, about the same play on those two. And a mild action then again for the 5, I'm Thinking, and the 4, West Coast Kid. Best of luck if you've got live plays. This final leg of an early pick 4, a late pick 4, will start up on our final 4 races, beginning in race 9. Another best bet idea tonight. It's for Louis Sorella. He's going to chase after the 1, Toonie Teen here. Was a 2-1 morning line and a current 3-2 fave as the rail advantage. Just has to behave today, says the hashtag Lunos on the 1, Toonie Teen here. A current favorite and a best bet selection, race 7. Starters on parade, race 7, a group of $15,000 claimers for the non-winners, $15,000 life. Number 1, Tootie Teen. It's Tyler Borth. Training and driving for Paul Gangle. Coin flip to Garrett Rooney for Amy Hardy, the trainer Troy Cochran. Tuca Rasp 3, Austin Sori for owner trainer Lindsay Kerr. West Coast Kid the 4, it's owned by John DeVito, trained by Dolores Basilone and Ryan Darash. Courtney Bishop owning and training 5, I'm Thinking, Paul McKenzie. Number 6, Dirty Lil Piglet, Brett McDonald for Rebecca Williamson, the trainer's Jeff Williamson. Outside chance for number 7, Royal Double. Big price on this one in the early going. Allison Hepburn along with Bruce Goit, sharing ownership with Bruce training. Jay Harris tonight on 7, Royal Double. Trailing spot for 8, Ranger Hanover Jason Ryan gets the call for Michelle Sherman, Sean Hyatt, and Dave Simpson. Sean trains. Those are 8 pacers for race 7, Exactor Try, and a Superfecta 6-5 on 1, Toonie Teen. Here we are watching number 1, Toonie Teen, scoring around that opening turn as she is flying here. So I think that's kind of giving it away, hey, Robert Reed Jr., as to Tyler Borth's plans here in race number 7.
Yeah, I think he might have just let the cat out of the bag on where he's going in this one, Sugar. Yeah, she was just you love seeing a score down like that, especially over a half-mile surface, right? You want to see that, you're going to have one that's going to be flying off the gate. Well, Tyler Borth just showed us that with Toonie Teen, and she looked good doing it. I just looked at this race and said, getting back to the condition claiming, getting to the condition claiming range for the first time and getting back against company that really is more than well within her reach is the key here. The reclassification and racing in the Autumn Series last time, I mean, Spicy P and Unlaced, those horses, Drowns the Whiskey would probably even be bet down pretty heavily in here. So I just think the Toonie Teen is one that's going to be difficult to beat. And again, if you do like this one, you have to love what you just saw on the screen.
Oh, for sure. She was in full flight. They'll score down now and then and go a good clip. And she was probably going racing speed through that first turn. So after she made a break coming out of the final turn last time out, I'm sure Tyler just wanted to be secure in knowing he's got some pretty steady legs underneath Toonie Teen going into that opening turn. Likely to be sent here at the 7-5. Now, getting some pretty good value on the horses you've selected underneath. And number 4, West Coast Kid. I know you've been chasing this one. Just needs to get away cleanly, right?
Yeah, that's the key. I mean, 2 starts back, I would argue that West Coast Kid was the best in that race. And granted, I did have the horse on top, so I'm biased, but ended up getting stuck inside. A horse stopped in front of him. He ended up having to come around that one, and it was flying on the end of it to finish third. Tuca Rasp kind of got away from them after the horse that was leading kind of stopped late in the mile. So I thought that West Coast Kid got very unlucky. Then, of course, last time breaks at the start, no chance and no chance of recovery going overland the whole way. So 24-1 right now on West Coast Kid might be one of the biggest overlays I've seen so far in my time here at the Raceway. I can't imagine that price is going to hold up, but it's a monster number. And if you were on this horse in the last 2 times, when I was on this one, you've got to come back again tonight at that price of 25-1.
Right on. I'm looking at his lines dating back to mid-September, and he's never been over double digits. So here in London, he's been 3-1 and 5-1, and as you mentioned, 25-1 on this horse right now. If he gets away cleanly and can find a seat up close, he's definitely going to be one to argue here. Number 7, Royal Double. It's been some pretty good form. 2 of his last 3. He got into some park-out trouble 2 back. Jay Harris gets the call tonight, and just took a sharp drop. He was up and over 20-1, and now at 6-1. That's more like it.
Yeah, I think so, and we might see the same with West Coast Kid as well. At least I
Right.
think we will. Royal Double, I saw that number and I said, "Wow, there's another one that's a monstrous overlay." Great effort last time, and one that you could kind of see coming because you look and see, okay, that reclassification numbers of 5,000 life. Now, granted, usually you want to see them in maybe a tougher class than that, but going from that level into the condition claiming ranks and won pretty easy by almost 4 lengths. And I remember it was a pretty solid effort, overland for a lot of the journey and drew off on them in the stretch. And it was a nice win as well. 3-back, won by open lengths
Yes.
against, arguably a soft group, but hey, listen, you only beat what's out in front of you, right? So 7-1 Royal Double. I like that you use this one on your pick 5 ticket,
Right.
Sugar, and I think that even at that price is an overlay right now.
My plan B, a Royal Double here. One that's taking action surprising to me. And now, it was a beaten favorite last time out, but something was amiss. The starts from Charlottetown would have this horse being able to race 57 around Flamborough, but something was amiss. It was about a month between starts when making his Ontario debut, and now missing another 3 weeks of action. I find it tough to back 5. I'm thinking here, especially at 7-2.
I'm in the same boat. I've got this one fourth, and really it's just on the angle that maybe we see a big turnaround. Maybe what we thought we might see in that last effort, October 20th, when this horse got bet down to favoritism, maybe we see that tonight. 7-2 wouldn't be worth it for me to take a crack on that what if, but I do think he's one you got to use underneath in the exotics.
Still getting 17-1 on West Coast Kid. Final thoughts?
That's a monster number. I mean, I have no choice but to bet him to win at that price.
Right on. Here we go. Race 7 lining up. Exacta try. Super still time. Hurry though. Toonie Teen on the rail. Then coin flip. Tuca Rasp. West Coast Kid in the center. I'm thinking Dirty Lil Piglet. Royal Double for 7 on gate. 1 late being Ranger Hanover. Who do you like? Picking up speed. Here they come. You're watching the Raceway at Western Fair District. It's race number 7 starting now. They're off. Toonie Teen on the inside. Tuca Rasp to be up close. West Coast Kid away cleanly thus far. Then along the inside came Coin Flip, bending through the opening turn. Toonie Teen came out on top with Tuca Rasp sitting second. A West Coast Kid to be up close there in third. Coin Flip is fourth. I'm thinking the Raceway debuter sitting fifth ahead of Dirty Little Piglet. Then came Ranger Hanover. The earliest trailer was Royal Double. He'd have to circle them. 29-1, quarter mile speed. Toonie Teen and Tyler Borth leading by 2. Tuca Rasp tugging on Sorry here is second. A West Coast Kid continues to be all alone in third. A gapped off fourth for Coin Flip. Underway into the backfield. There goes Dirty Lil Piglet staying in, was I'm thinking, and the back markers are getting underway now. Just over a lap to go for Toonie Teen, released as the heavy 1-2 favorite here, and Borth still with plenty left in his lap at the half at 59-2. Toonie Teen going forward. Tuca Rasp continues in second. West Coast Kids got to be thinking about it third. Fourth and wide, Dirty Lil Piglet along the inside. Coin Flip is coming back. Down the backstretch they go. Toonie Teen lets it out a notch. Bravening up here in second is Tuca Rasp. West Coast Kid trying to make it up from third. Out there in fourth, Dirty Lil Piglet. It appears to be coming down to the front two. Toonie Teen still going forward. Tuca Rasp trying to braven up here in second. 128-1. It was 28-4 through the third. Toonie Teen on top. The lead is now a length and 3/4. Tuca Rasp appears to be second best. West Coast Kid holding down third into the stretch. Toonie Teen minding his manners, doing it and doing it well. Toonie Teen, a wrapped up winner for Borth. Tuca Rasp second. West Coast Kid third. Coin Flip fourth and 158-1. 1, 3, 4, and 2. Toonie Teen, the favorite over second choice. Tuka Rasp, and then you've got some value underneath for the third and fourth spots. So 1, 3, 4, and 2 unofficial. Here's the one, Toonie Teen coming back, a 3-year-old son of sports writer out of Tatutina by Auden Fantasy. For the owner, Paul Gangle of Burlington, Tyler Borth was training and driving this one to his 4th career victory. That's 4 on the season. Be his first victory in London. Toonie Teen here tonight in 158-1. Made it look quite easy. Congratulations. $3.10 to win for Toonie Teen. Exactor $10.70. Dollar Try $23.80. The Super for a buck $128.35. 20 center came back at $25.67. There was a pick 4 on to race 7. Dollar ticket $102.70. 20 center coming back at $20.54. So Toonie Teen won it. Coin flip 4. Tuka Rasp second. West Coast Kid third. I'm Thinking fifth. Dirty Lil Piglet 8. Royal Double 6, Ranger Hanover 7, 29-1, 59-2, 128-1, the mile of 158-1, Toonie Teen going all the way. Borth for Gangle from the top, a 1-4-2, 3-5-8, 6 and 7, race 8, up and coming. Scratch the 6, Distinctive Sean, and number 9, Mystic Messenger moving in to go from post position 6. An Exactor Try Super for race 8. Getting word of a late driver change that will come in race number 12. Number 8, Magical Albert, in need of a driver. Driver TBA for 8. Magical Albert in race 12. 4 minutes away from the upcoming 8th. Tony Elliott, dial 215, please. Tony Elliott, 215. Alrighty, so moments away from a post parade of race number 8 here. Top selection for Robert, top selection for me as well. We got to go to the 9. Moving in here, this is Mystic Messenger, just missing last time out against much tougher. So nose on gate and facing easier tonight. Mystic Messenger, the also moves in and is currently at 5-1. Again, a top selection for Robert Reed Jr., and I've had to put him on top as well. Here come the horses and drivers for race number 8, a group of $7,000 claimers. It's the non-winners class. Exactor Tri Superfecta number 1, Winsong Grayson, Robert Jenkins Jr., owning, training, driving, sharing ownership with Felix Marion, along with William Burgess and John Dreadhart. Fast as Phelps 2, Ryan DeRoche, for Sean Hyatt, Dave Simpson, Michelle Sherman, Sean Trains. Winsong Leopold 3, it's Tyler Borth for Stephen Laura Roberts, Steve Trains. Current favorite is the 4, VJ's Cam, Austin Sorey for Linda Marshall, the trainers Don Graham. Bad Boy Sproxy 5, George Catros, for the owner-trainer John Braid. 6 is scratched. Number 7, Southwind Massimo. It's owned and trained by Alan Steve, Scott Coulter. Trailing out be the 8, Kingsley B, Brad MacDonald for Steve Bester, the trainer Catherine Cochran. Rounding out the field in this one, number 9, Mystic Messenger, Indigo now, leaving from post position 6 for owner-trainer Mike Sumner, the driver Nick Stewart. Those are your starters then, a field of 8 on the pace for this Exactor, Tri, and Superfecta. Even money right now, number 1, Winsong Grayson.
All right, well, folks, race 8 is just coming up, just a few moments away, and, well, I'm shocked right now. Number 9, Mystic Messenger, sitting at 4-1 on the board, drawing in the also eligible. This is an angle that I will generally jump on. In the multis for sure. Horses really have to have any form for me to use an also eligible that draws in the multis, but I'm shocked that this one's not taking more play when we get to this race right now at 7-2 Mystic Messenger. Every other horse in this race has been racing in these non-winners of, condition claiming events, whereas Mystic Messenger has been racing in winners over. Mm-hmm. The absolute opposite end of the spectrum for Mystic Messenger. And Sugar, I cannot believe right now we're seeing 7-2. I mentioned my pick 5 ticket. Mm-hmm. If I had knowing he was going to draw in, I would have singled him. Our tickets are made in advance.
Right.
I would have singled if I know he was going to draw in.
Yeah, I mean, I know our email exchange. I said I had to put him in for you because I knew you liked him last time out, and then we just ended up using a few more along with him. But he's definitely a must play, right? And right now, you mentioned the value is still pretty good. If he could make front without a tussle here, like he got. He got chased along pretty good there by a host of closers last time out, so he did give it up late, but still a solid mile, 59 and 3. And again, to face much easier today. This is the non-winners, 1,500 in their last 5. So, very tough to go against 9, Mystic Messenger, in my mind. You went outside here for a next choice in Southwind Massimo. That's a tough spot to overcome for a horse like this.
Yeah, and the funny thing was, I thought I was being really creative before I knew Mystic Messenger was, and I thought we'd get a big price on Southwind Massimo, 2-1 on the board right now. I was thinking more like 12 or 15-1, and that was without Mystic Messenger being in the race. I'm shocked at the price on this one. I think he's a veteran that can maybe get there. He's 120 in his life, and just liked maybe what Scott Coulter might bring to the table on him in here, and I think he's been facing against some horses that stack up well against this group anyways. 2-1 though, way too short for me. The value is still all in on number 9, Mystic Messenger.
Right, the price is just not right on number 7, Southwind Massimo. I agree. Number 2, Fastest Phelps, gets an inside post. Darash on board, getting along with this. That's a decent value on this horse.
Yeah, I don't mind the price at 8-1 on him because he gets an inside post. He's shown a little bit of ability to get off the gate in the past, and Fuzzy was a bear, raced fantastic last time. This one only got beat 2 lengths off him, so Fastest Phelps at 8-1, I can get behind that.
Robert Rankin Jr. is not in London often, but he gets a rail to work with here. Final words on Winsong Grayson.
5-2 is too short for me. I think he can get a piece of it for sure, but again, for my liking, I'm hoping Mystic Messenger clears him from post 6 and gets there at around 9-5.
Here we go. Starters, top of the stretch, group of $7,000 claimers on the pace, and here they come. They're off. The speed from VJ's Cam and Mystic Messenger as expected. These two together into that opening turn. Fastest Phelps gets away for third. Inside to be fourth was Winsong Grayson. Parked in the early going to be fifth. That was a Bad Boy Sproxy. Then we're going back to Kingsley B. Winsong Leopold. The earliest trailer, Southwind Massimo. So it's going to be VJ's Cam, the 11-year-old son of Cam Luck, getting the orders to cut one out here tonight. 28 and 3 was the quarter mile speed. VJ's Cam at 9-2, just coasting here. Right on the bit here for the trip tonight at 4-5. Mystic Messenger. Ooh, he took some late action. Stewart on board has him in for the pocket ride. It's Fastest Phelps continuing third. Now a move to the outside and fourth were Winsong Grayson. Winsong Grayson to go first up for a long ways. Halftime leader, it's going to be VJ's Cam with Mystic Messenger still second, now into third. Winsong Grayson fourth it in for Fastest Phelps. Fifth and wide, we've got Kingsley B getting involved. Then it's back to Bad Boy Sproxy, Winsong Leopold, and the trailer continues to be Southwind Massimo. The half was just a minute flat, so sorry with the pick on the outside now in Winsong Grayson, and that's going to keep the 4-5 favorite locked in block third. Fourth and wide for Kingsley B. They're beginning to bunch up here. It's about 5 lengths tip to tail as they go up by 3/4. VJ's Cam is still there in 1:30 and 3. Winsong Grayson is coming alongside now to look the leader in the eye. Mystic Messenger still all dressed up with no place to go. Off stride, Winsong Grayson, that will open it up for the favorite. Mystic Messenger unleashed now and unloading onto VJ's Cam. Here is Mystic Messenger. The also moves in. The also paces on to win it. VJ's Cam holding second, close for third. Kingsley B was up against Fastest Phelps. Returning here, number 9, Mystic Messenger. Mystic Messenger, now he was pretty much a key play for Robert Reed Jr. here tonight, and he talked him down to 4-5. Mystic Messenger in off the also eligible list. Wins off the pocket ride here. The 10-year-old son of Cam Mystic out of Eloquin by As Promised for owner-trainer Mike Sumner of London. Team Sumner out for the winner's circle photo with Nick Stewart on board. Mystic Messenger, 19th career win, number 3 on the season, and he gets up in time and paces on to a 4-5 victory here in London. Congratulations. Nine, 4, 8, and 2. That's your top 4 unofficial. Race 8 going official. Winsong Grayson finished 8th. Fastest Phelps 4th. Winsong Leopold 5th. VJ's Cam 2nd. Bad Boys Proxy 7th. The 6th at Scratch. Southwind Massimo 6th. Kingsley B 3rd. Mystic Messenger an easy winner in there. 28 and 3, a minute flat. 1:30 and 3. The mile was 2 minutes 4/5 for Mystic Messenger. From the top, 8, 4, 5, 2, 7. Scratch 6, 3 and 1. 9th up and coming, Exactor Try Super. The beginning of our late pick 4, Scratch the 8, Mac the Knife. There's another also moving in. Number 9, Can't Count Me Out, moves in to leave from post position 8. So again, Exactor Try Super, late pick 4 beginning. It's another $7,500 guaranteed pool with a low take. 9 minutes to think about it. I do have that driver change in race 12. Spin on over to race number 12 for the 8, Magical Albert. The driver now, Scott Coulter. Coulter will be aboard number 8 in race 12.
All right, folks. Well, Mystic Messenger getting it done from the also eligible number 9. He had post 6. And I can't stress enough, you always have to watch the also eligibles. Mystic Messenger, I mean, let's face it, he laid over that field. He paid 4 to 5. Probably should have even been a shorter price than that. I guarantee you he's a bigger price in the multi-leg wagers because he gets overlooked in the also eligible spot. But we've got another one here starting off in the next multi-leg wager, which is the late pick 4. 15% takeout, guaranteed pool at $7,500. Your last chance to get in on one of those big multi-leg wagers here at the Raceway. Let's take a look at Sugar's ticket first here in the late pick 4. And see it on screen here. Sugar's going to go 2 deep here in race 9, Savannah Splendor and Derby Dillon. I like that. I'm going to go 1 more deep, but I think those are the 2 main ones to beat in here. Race 10, the 2, 4, and 8. We're on the same page. Sugar and I are on the same page in the first 2 legs. In race 11, my top 2 selections, but my best bet in that one is number 7, Real Wicked. So I'm not going to, waste any equity there. I got a key, Real Wicked, being my best bet in the 11th race, but Sugar's going to go 2 deep with the 6 and 7. And then we're kind of in the same ballpark in the last leg as well. Race 12, the get out pace, our added distance race, and our feature, the preferred 3 for Horse and Geldings on the pace. He's going to go 5 deep in there. I think it's a contentious race. I think it's an interesting event. I think it's very possible we see a nice priced winner in there. So Sugar's going to spend $12 for 20 cents. No singles. I am going to make a single, though, on my ticket. Sorry. In race number 9, I'm going to go 3 deep. So I'm going to go a little bit. Oh, it's not my ticket. That might be from another time. We'll take that one down. Maybe get the right one up. No worries. So they're going to work on getting the ticket up there for this late pick 4. So it's going to be the 1, 2, and 3 in the opening leg. Savannah Splendor, Derby Dillon, and Barossa Blue Jeans. I'm going to go 1 more deep than Sugar, and I do agree that the 1 and 2 are the 2 that you probably do have to consider as the ones to beat in here. Savannah Splendor has speed on the inside and is my top selection. But I do want to add number 3, Barossa Blue Jeans. I think this one does have a chance and might be a potential bust out here in the opening leg in race 9. Also using actually number 9, Can't Count Me Out, on the principle of you need to use these also eligible. So I'm going to add the 9 in that opening leg as well. I'm doing that as an audible right now only because I got to practice what I preach. Always use the also eligibles. If they show any form at all, you've got to use the also eligibles that draw in. This one draws into post 8, so the trailing post. And Can't Count Me Out. I would not count a horse out that shows any kind of form from the also eligible because they present an automatic expected value opportunity for you because people just leave them out because they don't know they draw in. So 1, 2, 3, and 9 in the opening leg for the ticket that I will be betting. In race 10, the 2, 4, and 8, same as Sugar. Those 3. Thanks for adding that, folks. Those 3 are the ones I like in race 10. So we're on the same page there. Race 11, my best bet. I can't go too deep because I've got to single the horse that I think is the best bet on the card, number 7, Real Wicked. Loved what he did last time. He's back in on a regular rotation, whereas Mr. X is not. I think he gets the better of that rival tonight for Mark St. Louis. Going to single Real Wicked in race 11. In race 12, 6 deep. I think it's a highly contentious event. I think there's going to be a big opportunity to get a price down there. I'm using just a whack of them because I really believe in that added distance event. There's some price chances. Homie Joe has been handed that post 7. He's probably going to take some support. He's won 3 in a row. He's been racing fantastic, but maybe a difficult spot for him to overcome tonight. So I want to get maybe a price down in that race. $14 and $14.40 for a 20-cent ticket on that one. Again, going 4 deep here in the opening leg. And not leaving out number 9, Can't Count Me Out, because you can't count out those also eligible when they show form because they just give you an opportunity to knock some people out that don't notice that they've drawn in. And I think that's what we might see with Mystic Messenger, 4 to 5 on the board in that last race. I don't think he's 4 to 5 in the multi-leg wagers. But we'll be back and take a closer look at race number 9 with Sugar after the post break.
Here come your starters then for race number 9. It's the opening leg of a late pick 4 in London. Exactor Tri Superfecta. Robert Reed Jr. Fabulous job setting up our late pick 4 here. From post 1, Savannah Splendor. Scott Coulter drives. He is trained by Steve Coulter. So Scott owning and driving Savannah Splendor, and Steve Coulter trains number 2, Derby Dillon for Colonel Schneider Jr. The trainer is Cassidy Schneider tonight. Mark St. Louis Jr. gets the call. Number 3, Barossa Blue Jeans, Don Rankin Jr. on board for the owner-trainer Greg Price. Let Me See is for Ryan DeRoche for owner-trainer Kim BX. Gord McDonald owning and training number 5, Terracotta Lad with Tyler Borth. Arsenal de Chafra, number 6 for the owners Stuart McQueen and James Grant. Stuart trains Austin Sorey in the sulky. 7 outside for Kevin Dan Fraudsters, Garrett Rooney for owner-trainer Doug Curry. The 8 had scratched. And here's another also moving in, being 9. It Can't Count Me Out from post position 8, owned and trained by Mike Rogers. Sharing ownership with Greg Rogers. Scott Ray is in the sulky. Those are your 8 pacers then for race 9. Exactor Tri Super and a late pick 4 starting up. Here now a top selection for Robert Reed Jr. It's a veteran pacer, 12-year-old son of Art Major Savannah Splendor. 35 career victories, a mark of 50-3 way back when, likely over Woodbine. And Savannah Splendor going out for Team Coulter here at 9-5, current favorite. You like him?
Yeah, he's classy veteran and, early speed to work with. And I just think that the pole position is such a great spot for Savannah Splendor. Well, it's going to there. And if not on the lead, probably sit the 2 holes in a perfect trip. And I just think that a good spot for this 12-year-old. I don't think this is by any means a slam dunk. I think this is a pretty interesting race, contentious race, and one that originally I was going to use the inside 3, but then Sugar also eligible comes in. Yeah. I've got to follow my principle of always wanting to use one if they show any kind of form and drawing in off that also eligible.
These alsos, they've been winning here in recent weeks. I mean, Homie Joe, I think there was a Champagne Phil, and now we've had Mystic Messenger tonight. That's the one that caught my eye this evening. This other one here, the 9 Can't Count Me Out, didn't catch my eye as much as Mystic Messenger did, but nice to see him win. He got lucky, I think, with Winsong Grayson going off stride, turning for home.
Yeah, for me, Mystic Messenger, I thought that it was definitely a pretty tight spot to be in. I don't know I think he probably still would have somehow got out of there and found a way to get the job done. I just thought he kind of laid over them, right? Yeah. And this is a different end of the spectrum now, and you're looking for a value plan, Can't Count Me Out, and right now down to 5-2. That's not value. But for me in the multis, I'll always use an also as long as they show any kind of form, because I know whatever they go off at the board, they're going to be 4, 5, 6, maybe even more than that times the value in the multi-leg wagers, because a lot of people don't even know they've drawn in.
Yeah, they get missed quite a bit when people are putting together their multi-leg tickets. I know on the HPI site, you'd have to be looking pretty hard to find an also moving in. Alrighty, over here into the second spot, number 2, Derby Dillon. I like the chances for this one. Mark St. Louis going on board. A little bit sluggish in the early going, normally Derby Dillon. If he can get himself motivated around the half mile and stay close, he'll get a shot.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm a little bit surprised that 7-2 is the price on the board right now. I think that's got to come down. Usually you see, Mark St. Louis jump on one like this, they're going to take a lot of support, and we're not seeing that as of yet with Derby Dillon. Last time, you can probably just throw the line out post 7 at Flamborough Downs. Tough spot for any horse to win from, and it looks like he ended up getting a shuffle and then coming back on again to finish 4th. 2 starts back was a winner here. So I think Derby Dillon is one that you have to have on your tickets. And a little bit surprised right now he's paying $9 on the board.
Yeah, the price is definitely right. Number 3, Barossa Blue Jeans, an early speed threat for Rankin. Some pretty good value there at 6-1.
Yeah, I think so. I think Barossa Blue Jeans should be around the 3 or 4 to 1 mark, and you're getting a couple points higher than that right now. And a couple lines at Leamington, and they're not all that bad. One that can be a speed threat, and obviously post 6 there compared to post 3 here. It's a much better draw tonight. So I think Barossa Blue Jeans will be put into play. It will just kind of come down to, is he good enough to get the better of some of these other rivals in the race? But I do think the price is right. And again, if you're playing that pick 4 and you don't want to kind of start off with a short price winner, maybe he's the one that you kind of zero in on at 6 to 1.
All right, and then you mentioned the also. We've talked alsos. We always mention alsos. Can't count me out. You know what? Shows 2-1 over Leamington, and just a one-time winner through a couple of seasons. But he will be following out speed, so he's a must-use.
Yeah, I like the fact you get the trailing post with this one. Might be able to set a favorable trip, and who knows, right? It's not like anyone in here is in tremendous amount of recent form, and I think that he's over bet though at 9 to 2. I think that maybe we're over talking. He's also eligible now. They're taking more support than they should be, but I do think that he's one you have to use in your exotics.
Alrighty, wonderful setting up race 9, opening leg of a late pick 4 in London. Still time. You would have to hurry though. Going in behind, we've got Savannah Splendor, then Derby Dillon, Barossa Blue Jeans, Let Me See, Terracotta Lad, Arsenal de Chafra, Kevin Dan Fraudsters trailing out. Can't Count Me Out. 1/8 of a mile from the start. Race 9, Pacers picking up speed. Here they come. And away they go. Barossa Blue Jeans out first for Rankin. Along the inside, Savannah Splendor. Arsenal de Chafra getting involved early. And up from the trailing spot came Can't Count Me Out. Derby Dillon has settled back into 5th. Let Me See is 6th. Then it's back to Terracotta Lad, the earliest trailer, Kevin Den Fraudsters. From the pocket, Savannah Splendor, and Coulter wants this one on the point. Closing up at 4 to 1 here. And that's a decent price. And old Savannah Splendor as he fronted them through the quarter mile in 28 and 1. Barossa Blue Jeans now for the 2-hole ride, traveling in 3rd. Arsenal de Chafra underway to 4th. Derby Dillon, that's going to force the hand of Arsenal de Chafra to travel first up for Sori. Staying inside was Can't Count Me Out. Gapping back to Let Me See. A move off the back end now for Terracotta Lad, and trailing Kevin Dan Fraudsters, 1/2 gone and 1 to go. Savannah Splendor had them at the half-mile station in 58 and 2. Arsenal de Chafra keeps on coming here in 2nd, 3rd and in for Barossa Blue Jeans. Derby Dillon, a spot at 2nd over 4th and a buried 5th for Can't Count Me Out. Closer now, out of 6 and gaining is a Terracotta Lad. Then came Let Me See, and the trailer continues to be Kevin Dan Fraudsters. Derby Dillon jumped it off. Co-favorite Derby Dillon has gone to a break by 3/4, 128 and 1. Savannah Splendor still going forward. Arsenal de Chafra is challenging 3rd and in for Barossa Blue Jeans. Here comes Terracotta Lad quickly on the outside now in the 3-wide path, and following up on that from last, Kevin Dan Fraudsters at 70 to 1, trying to rip one off here in London. Savannah Splendor. Here comes Kevin Dan Fraudsters. Savannah Splendor, though, too much pony. It's Barossa Blue Jeans 2nd, close for 3rd, 159 and 2. So for Savannah Splendor, the 12-year-old picks up his 36th career victory. So what's the one? Savannah Splendor at a juicy 4-1. That's an incredible price, really. When a morning line at the 9-5, a top selection for Robert Reed Jr. 4-1, an old Savannah Splendor. Number 3, Barossa Blue Jeans second. The 5, Terracotta Lad third, and 7, Kevin Dan Fraudsters. Ooh, he was coming late at 70-1. 1, 3, 5, and 7 unofficial. And returning down in front, Savannah Splendor, 12-year-old son of Art Major out of Armbro, Savannah by Matt Scooter. Owned and driven to win by Scott Coulter. Steve Coulter conditions 159-2. Pretty much all the way tonight for old Savannah Splendor. Congratulations. Official here. How about a juicy 4-1 on Savannah Splendor? Another top selection for Robert Reed Jr. 10.90 to win. Exacta came back at 35.70. Dollar Try 55.15. Super effective for $1. 414.80. The 20 center worth 82.96 for the odd numbered. Super effective. Savannah Splendor for the win. Derby Dillon 8th. Again, we'll go with the rundown. Savannah Splendor won it. Derby Dillon was 8. Barossa Blue Jeans 2nd. Let Me See 5th. Terracotta Lad 3rd. Arsenal de Chafra 7. Kevin Den Fraudsters 4th. The 8 had scratch Can't Count Me Out was finishing 6th. 28-1. 58-2. 128-1. And a mile. 159-2. Savannah Splendor getting it done, and a surprising win price indeed. 182,537 scratch 6. 10th race up and coming. We'll begin our late pick 3. Again, going forward, we'll now feature an early and late pick 3. Early pick 3 begins in race 2. Late pick 3, always our final 3 races. So coming up, we've got another Seniors Pace event, Exacta Try, Super, and a pick 3 in 8 minutes. Pick 5, Will Pays, now on display here. These are all based on 20-cent tickets. Favorite to complete it. A heavy favorite at that, number 4, Bet on Brett, coming back at 54.69 on the 20-cent play. There was action for 2, La Men Rain, 94.40, and it's 104.25 coming back on number 8, Leafs and Wings. Best of luck if you're still going forward. Final leg of the late pick 5 comes up next in race number 10. This one starting at pick 3, Exactor Try Superfecta. Race number 10 features another seniors pace event. Exactor Try Super, start of a pick 3 play. Number 1, Kinnebro Mac. It's Jason Ryan driving for owner-trainer Debbie O'Brien-Moran. Ross and Mark Batten share the ownership on 2, La Men Rain, with Ross doing the training and driving. Steve and Laura Roberts share the ownership in 3, Old Friends Kentucky, with Ribsy training. Brett McDonald on. Brandon Guerra, the owner. Mark Goddard trains 4, Bet on Brett tonight. Mark St. Louis up. Nick Stewart aboard the 5, Buckshot Austin, for owner-trainer Scott Friend. The 6, UF Betters Hanover, owned and trained by Scott West. And this is Scott Coulter on board. 7 would be KO Loco, Natasha Day, going back on for owner-trainer Randy Parrish. And the 8, Leafs and Wings, Johnny Hahn driving for owner Greg Rogers. The trainer is Mike Rogers. It's going to be 8 pacers for an Exactor Try Super and the start of a pick 3 play. Again, a seniors pace event. Also eligible non-winners, 1,000 in their last 3 outings, and there went the 6 UF Betters Hanover with Coulter on board for West. Alrighty, so in race number 9, we had that odd-numbered superfecta, 1, 3, 5, 7 coming in, and Robert Reed Jr. liking the chances for an even-numbered superfecta here. I know you were surprised to see the price. I was like, wow, on Savannah Splendor. I didn't see that coming, drifting up to 4-1.
No, I did not. I didn't see, some of the horses that took action late. I didn't see that coming, and I certainly didn't see 4-1 in Savannah Splendor. I was thinking, maybe 7-5, 8-5 as he was earlier. Then maybe that was a bit of an underlay, but then all of a sudden you went to the other end of the spectrum at 4-1. That's just a monster price on a classy veteran who has that pop off the gate, and that was one that really figured to get to the front.
Indeed. Savannah Splendor certainly knows his way to the winner's circle off many a gate-to-wire victory. Your top selection here, we're looking at him, number 4, Bet on Brett. Definitely should be the speed in here. There's nothing really that can leave with this horse. Will be on the lead. Can he go all the way? He's winless thus far in the season.
That's the big question. He's a horse, a lightning bolt off the gate, but he doesn't finish that way typically. And over 17 on the season. I guess it'd be fitting if he was to win tonight, because his last victory came just under a year ago. It was around November 20th of last year. So, I mean, can he win it here? Of course he can. Should he be 1-2? Probably not. I mean, he's a horse that typically when he does get to the front, in recent starts and, over the course of the last year, he does kind of stop a lot and ends up finishing second or third. So if anyone can keep him going, I'm sure it's Mark St. Louis, but hey, 1-2 on the board's a very short price. Still my top selection, but a short price.
Right. He's more than capable of winning, but he's more than capable of showing up with a 30 or 31 flat on the end.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why it's hard to swallow that 1-2 price on him, because you're saying that he's going to win this race more times than not, which I'm not sure that's actual reality with this horse right now.
I think the key to win with this horse would be just to send him, just to catch me if you can. That would be my game plan. I'm no driver, but if I in my fantasy world, I'd have him down to the half and 57 and catch me if you can, right? But anyway, here's Ross Patton trying now for his 5,001 career driving win. He scored it earlier with Dazzlin' Rosie, and I was always hoping he'd get it aboard old Lawman Rain, the 14-year-old. Ram Barron's son's been with the Battons forever. Lawman Rain definitely one to figure in this field.
Yeah, I think so. 9-1, I think, is a big price, because he might be the one that can capitalize if Bet on Brett gets leg weary late, because he's one that typically does his best work later in the mile, and he's got a pair of second place finishes in this senior's pace in his last two, and 2 back to Magical Albert. I thought he raced really well, and last time Overland a long way from post 7 to grab the runner-up spot again, albeit in a rear 6 lengths at the wire. But I think the price 8-1 right now is a monster number on number 2, Lawman Rain, and another classy veteran that I think will eventually, find the winner's circle again this season.
Leafs and Wings, an interesting play. No shot that he's going to be sitting anything better than 4th in here. He leaves from the trailing spot, but he can go with these.
Oh, I think so. I don't think this is out of his reach at all, and he's a horse that loves the surface here at the Raceway. That was a pretty decent effort to end up finishing 3rd to Twilight Zone 3 back, and I would argue this is probably a softer group than what he faced on that occasion. So trailing post to work from, that's in his wheelhouse, because he's going to be coming from further back anyways. So I think 9-2 is not a bad number, and I think we're seeing a lot of inflated prices with Bet on Brett, just taking all that support because everyone knows he's going to be on top.
Exactly. One more to think about here. Absolutely no gate speed whatsoever for 6 UF bettors. Hanover is going to have to come from way back.
Yeah, he'll be one that's closing into it. 4-1, I would say is probably too short of a price for me to get too excited about him. But I think he's one you have to use somewhere underneath, just because I think this is probably more in his range of what kind of group he wants to race against. But again, 4-1, that's a little bit shorter than I was expecting.
Right on. Here we go with the seniors pace event. It will be the 4, Bet on Brett, likely on the lead, trying to go all the way here at 3-5. Here we go. Kenna Bromack on the rail, then Lawman Rain, Old Friends Kentucky. Bet on Brett is in the center. Then Buckshot Austin, UF Betters, Hanover, KO Loco, the trailer, Leafs and Wings. Top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. Off and pacing, no surprise. Bet on Brett. First off the car, along the inside, Old Friends Kentucky. The gray Buckshot Austin's going to find a seat up close. Traveling out of fourth, Kinnebromack. Fifth and wide, Lawman Rain. Leeson Wings back there in sixth, ahead of UF Betters Hanover, the earliest trailer, KO Loco. So try to tap it up here now. Bet on Brett. He will not try to bottom out the field. He will try for a rated front end mission here. The quarter mile, 28 and 3. St. Louis with Bet on Brett closing up as the 1-5 People's Choice. Continuing second, Old Friends Kentucky. Buckshot Austin third. Fourth and in for Kinnebromack. Now fifth and wide. Here comes UF Betters Hanover getting underway. Providing cover to Leafs and Wings. KO Loco continues to trail. No challengers, no takers yet for Bet on Brett. Looking comfortable here with a lap to go. It's Old Friends Kentucky 2 lengths back in second. UF Betters Hanover makes it up to third now. Buckshot Austin fourth and in. Next in line to be fifth, we've got Kinnebromack gapped on the cover, Leafs and Wings, then Lawman Rain and KO Loco, 50, 8 and 2. And here is St. Louis going for it now with Bet on Brett, putting 3.5 lengths on them. There go the plugs as well. All in, Bet on Brett though. UF Betters Hanover is coming quickly and moving into second, and he will get a shot. 127, 28 and 3 through the third. Bet on Brett could be on fumes. Bravening up here possibly. UF Betters Hanover at 2-1. Moving into third was Kinnebromack. Lawman Rain shaking loose late for the drive home and into the stretch. Bet on Brett. He did all the work. He's going to try to get paid. UF Betters Hanover is coming better on the outside. UF Betters Hanover. Bet on Brett. Bet on Brett, maybe just enough over UF Betters Hanover. Second best was Kinnebromack. Lawman Rain fourth. Bet on Brett appeared to hold on for his first win of 2021. It's the 4, Bet on Brett on top. Over 6, UF Betters Hanover. Then came the 1, Kinnebromack. 2, Lawman Rain. 4, 6, 1 and 2, unofficial. Another victory tonight for Mark St. Louis. It comes aboard the 4, Bet on Brett here in race 10. 7-year-old son of sports writer out of Tug Riverdella. By Die Laughing for Brandon Guerra of Brantford. Mark Goddard training again. Mark St. Louis for another victory tonight aboard Bet on Brett. It was gate to wire. 157 and 2. Congratulations. There you have another Moody winner's circle. Our track photographer, Moody, if you'd like any contact information for Moody in purchasing winner circle photos, win finish photos, just go to our website, click on the Raceway, and scroll down and find a track photographer. Again, head to the Raceway and scroll down and look for track photographer. And all the contact info for Moody is there for purchasing win photos. I believe he can supply DVDs as well. Clicking on the track photographer myself right now. Yes, indeed, Moody Ezad serves as the track photographer at the Raceway at Western Fair District. Race photos, $30. The race DVDs, you'd have to talk to Moody. And you can contact Moody here on track at extension 559. You can visit his Facebook page as well. That being Western Fair Raceway Photographer on the Facebook. Race 10, official bet on Brett, 270 to win, exactor 520, buck try, 1915, bucks super, 56.25. There's the pick 5 on to race 10, 20 center worth, 54.69, and it's not bad. Rundown, Akina Bromack was third, Lawman Rain fourth, Old Friends Kentucky 6th, bet on Brett was a winner, Buckshot Austin 8th, UF Betters Hanover finished second. KO Loco 7th. Leafs and Wings 5th. 28-3, 58-2, 127, and the mile 157-2. Bet on Brett, his 17th career win, first of 2021. Top down a 3-4-6, 1-8, 2, 7, and 5. Race 11 next. Group of $8,500 claimers on the pace for a late double. Exactor, Try, and Superfecta. 7 starters in here for race number 11. On parade here, starters for race 11, Brother Aiden, then Garrett Rooney driving for owner-trainer George Robinson. Post 2, Uber Hanover, Scott Coulter for Sean Hyatt, Gary Bickford. Sean does the training. Scott Coulter on the 2, Uber Hanover. Number 3, Simon said Austin Sorry for owner-trainer Lindsay Kerr. Here's number 4. This is Shadow of Lindy, Ryan DeRoche for Lou Sorella, Stuart McQueen, and Don McClellan. Stu does the training. John Holding, owning and training 5, Cal Hanover, Brett MacDonald. The 6, Mr. X, has 3 in a row coming in for Blue Shoe Investments, trainer Todd Nostad, Totterborth. And the outside chance for 7, Real Wicked, trying to double up here for owner-trainer Josh McKibben, Mark St. Louis Jr. is in the sulky. Those are your 7 pacers then for a late double, Exactor, Try, and a Superfecta. Okay, so number 7, Real Wicked. This was actually going to be your best bet selection tonight. Robert Reed Jr., the betting public, have made this one their best bet as well, by the looks of things. 2-5, not much of a price, but off his last victory, I could see why the betting public getting behind him.
Yeah, I was hoping for a slightly better price than this, so Sugar, 2-5. I thought, Mr. X, because, he's won 3 in a row, and last time really gritty in victory. Thought he might take more support than he is right now at 9-2. But, 2-5 on the board, Real Wicked. And it's funny, too, right, Sugar? 10 races so far. I've got 7 on top, and now my best bet comes in race 11 when there was so many winning options so far throughout the card. But, Real Wicked, 1/9 last time, was the easiest kind of winner. I mean, you can't see a horse more shut down than he was against that group. In the seniors pace, now he's back against, Open Claiming Company and, 2 back, though, at Mohawk Park. I thought it was a fantastic effort to be third. Now up to 2-1. That's kind of more what I was expecting, in between somewhere 7-5 to 2-1 range. But what I love about this horse is really that third start off the layoff, right? It's the old school mentality, but it's still try, tested, and true. A horse is going to really race his best when they're about third start off a layoff. So last time I thought he was fantastic. I think he might even be better tonight.
Alrighty, and we now know he does have gate speed around this half mile. He went right to the front, did not look back last time out. Speaking of gate speed, number 6, Mr. X, he's going to be firing again.
Yeah, I took some criticism on Twitter for that one, by the way. When you asked me last time and I said that I didn't think you'd be on top, I was told Mark St. Louis. Anything can go to the top with Mark aboard. So, yeah, Mr. X, he's got to be firing out of there. And I think he's been racing absolutely fantastic. I mean, he swells up on the front end. And last time, looked like he was beat by On Cruise Control, who then went on to win a claiming handicap event at Mohawk Park in fine fashion as well. So I think, Mr. X is going to be blasting out of there. And he's not going to be an easy one to beat in here, but he's missed a week, whereas Real Wicked is on a regular rotation.
Gotcha. 7-6, your top 2, and a bit of value with number 4, Shadow of Lindy. Now, you would definitely know more about this horse racing over Grand River and in from Flamborough, and goes out for Stuart McQueen. 3rd time for the McQueen barn.
Yeah, I think Shadow of Lindy is an interesting one in here, and of course, owned by Lou Sorella. So we've got some rooting interest there, and one that was a winner at Grand River at a nice price, and I still remember that one as a huge overlay on that occasion when he won a 9-1. It's turned in some nice efforts since then as well. So I think he's kind of the forgotten horse in this race right now. My 3rd selection in the race, sitting at 9-1. A lot of attention obviously going to the outside 2 horses, and deservedly so, but Shadow of Lindy should be taking more support than 9-1.
Lou has not forgotten about Shadow of Lindy. He will pick his horse on top all the time. Another one to think about maybe for the Superfecta, number 3, as Simon said. Simon said just a fringe player on his comeback trail this fall in London.
Yeah, hasn't really gone beyond that that peripheral finish mark yet. He's picked up shares, but he hasn't really made his presence felt with any kind of authority. And still waiting for that, right? Because you look back at that last effort before going on the shelf, such a great effort. The qualifier looked really good coming into this, and then he's kind of just, I would say, been a little bit underwhelming, but I don't think that's maybe necessarily going to be what we're going to see for him as he gets more and more starts under his belt. Just got hammered down to 3-2 in here. That's something that I think is probably a little too much action for Simon Said tonight, but who knows? You got an inside post to work from. Maybe he's going to be, a little more lively.
Okay, we've talked about your top four. You know what? Right now, I would say if you're looking for one that could add value to your tries and superfecta, I love the price on 5, Cal Hanover at 25-1. He's been a great check getter, and he could find his way into this one. He's going to have to race from off the pace likely, but he could be best of the rest behind 6 and 7.
Yeah, I don't mind Cal Hanover at that price. I mean, that's a big number, right? And like sometimes in these races, when you've got these horses that are supports going so many directions, ones like this get overlooked. So 25-1 Cal Hanover hit the ticket. I don't mind that. Sure.
I think he is definitely flying under the radar here. Here we go. A group of $8,500 claimers on the pace. Brother Aiden, Uber Hanover, Simon Said, Shadow of Lindy, Cal Hanover, then Mr. X. Outside gate for Real Wicked. Field of 7 noses, all on gate. Here they come. Off and pacing a host of levers here. Uber Hanover, Simon Said, Shadow of Lindy's up there. Mr. X going to be widest of all through that opening turn. Simon Said come out to grab early control. Second best is Uber Hanover. Mr. X is going to have to work hard for this lead should he get there. It's Simon Said loose up front for Sorry. Uber Hanover, a long shot pocket sitter. Mr. X looking for some room at the inn, and he's found some love as well. He's got pylon position here at the quarter mile in 27-3. Simon Said on top. Uber Hanover second. Mr. X slid into third at 9-2. Traveling at a fourth is Brother Aiden. Fifth and looking to the outside, Shadow of Lindy. And along the inside came Cal Hanover, and the 1-2 favorite Real Wicked would have to come from last. Beginning to pair up now, Simon Said, the front man with a lap to go. Uber Hanover continuing second. Mr. X traveling first up for Borth after that half mile, 57-3, bending towards the 5-8. Simon Said on top. Mr. X now right on his wheel here in second. Uber Hanover continuing third. Shadow of Lindy is out there in fourth, fifth in for Brother Aiden. And from last, here comes Real Wicked. Real Wicked was sixth, fifth, fourth, third. Count him off. He's going forward here for St. Louis. Real Wicked. If you blinked, you missed it. He went from last to first, just like that. 128-1 for 3/4. Real Wicked driving off. Cal Hanover, there he is, showing up in second at 50-1. Brother Aiden is coming from the back and finding room late. Uber Hanover into the stretch, and it's Real Wicked. Real Wicked has drawn off. Here comes Brother Aiden in second. Cal Hanover will fight on for the show dough. Real Wicked gave them all the how she going up the backside. He'll win it. Brother Aiden second, maybe Uber Hanover third against a Cal Hanover 158-4. That's 2 in a row in London for Real Wicked. And St. Louis going back to the winner's circle again tonight. Seven, 1, 2, and 5. It's unofficial. Third driving win tonight for Mark St. Louis Jr. This one comes aboard 7, Real Wicked. 7-year-old black gelded son of Big John. Big Bad John, that is, out of Real Ravishing by Real Desire for owner-trainer Josh McKibben. Real Wicked now a winner of 21 career races. His second victory of 2021 comes in London for 2 in a row. So falling in love with London. Real Wicked for a Mark St. Louis Jr. driving triple. 158-4 tonight as he went from worst to first. Going official here, Brother Aiden was second, Uber Hanover third, Simon Said 7, Shadow of Lindy 6, Cal Hanover fourth, Mr. X fifth, Real Wicked was a winner. 27-3, 57-3, 128-1, the mile was 158-4, Real Wicked circled them for 2 in a row. Here in London, top down at 2, 3, 7, 6, 4, 5-1. 310 to win, exactor 1360, dollar try. 34.40 the super for a buck, 261.45 the 20 center worth 52.29. Turn the page, go on to our 12th and final exactor try, super high 5 on a field of 9. Scott Coulter will be driving number 8 Magical Albert. We're 10 minutes away from our 12th and final. So we're about 5 minutes away from our 12th and final Super High Five Preferred 3 for the added distance coming up. A great-looking finale to cap off our Tuesday night card. We are back in action this coming Friday evening. It's a 4:50 start time. If you happen to win a race this week or any time going forward here, be sure to contact our track photographer Moody, and be sure to like and follow Western Fair Raceway Photographer on Facebook for some great photos of horse racing at the Raceway. For all your Raceway photography needs, contact Moody. There's his number on the screen, 226-700-9091. Again, you can follow Western Fair Raceway Photographer on Facebook, and yeah, should you win a race, contact Moody for your photos here in London. 4 minutes away from race number 12. Here we go. Starters on parade here. A preferred 3 top-class pacing event for the added distance finale. Number 1, Ideal Jet. Scott Ray. Catch driving tonight for Nurko Sokolovic along with Craig Bars. Craig trains. Champagne Phil. Number 2, Natasha Day. Stays on for ICR Racing. The trainer, Kenny Oliver. Joe Pereira. Owning and training number 3, Jaden's Place, Austin Sori. And there's 4, Easton Beach, George Kittros, training and driving for Mary Kittros. Devil's Speak is a 5, Paul McKenzie for Carmelo Sky, along with Les Écuries, GLD Inc., Gerard Demers training. Sam Taylor owning, Lauren House training and driving number 6, Pembroke Legacy. Homie Joe gets an outside chance from post 7, Totterborth for Angus McCory and Mark McCory. Mark trains. And a pair of trailers for the added distance high 5, Magical Albert. Scott Coulter now driving for Dave Lumsden, the trainer's Anthony Beaton. And number 9, Live and Large for owner-trainer George Robinson. Garrett Rooney is in the sulky. Those are your 9 preferred 3 pacers. For the mile and a 16th exactor try super high 5, they'll race for a purse of $11,000. Alrighty, 12th and final race. Looking at number 4, Easton Beach for Team Kittros. Back on the weekly rotation. I know you love that angle, and I do too.
Yeah, I love when a horse gets back in on a regular schedule, Sugar. And you think last time he raced pretty darn well for one that had been off for as long as he had been.
Right.
He pushed out from the pole position, had a comfortable lead, then battled, and really just got picked up in the last couple of steps because I could have really used him on that occasion. He got beat ahead. He was almost 9-1 on the board. Now he's right back in, and I don't think I do think the added distance is probably something that works in his favor because he's a speedy horse off the gate. Should be easier for him to kind of get position, whether it be on the front or maybe trying to drop in to sit a trip. But I think that looks like a really good spot for him, and I figured he might get overlooked, and right now it's happening at a price of 6-1.
Yeah, he's flying under the radar for sure. Now, one thing in here, we're talking about the speed. I mean, he's leaving from the center. The obvious speed is on the inside with Ideal Jet. Now, I know it gets tough for some of them leaving that rail because, they're coming right out of the turn for an added distance race, and the start is just like that. So, Ideal Jet, it's going to be interesting to see how he gets away. We'll talk about him in a bit. Right now, number 2, Champagne Phil would be your second choice. Natasha Day on board. This one has missed a couple of weeks, but a winner last time out, and I believe he moved in off that also eligible spot.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of look at this one and say, I think he's an overlay right now of 14-1 because, yeah, I don't know if it was the toughest of trips for him. He kind of got a favorable journey along the inside, but you look at this race here and say, okay, post 2 to work from, nose on the gate, might sit that kind of a trip again, and in an added distance race, I don't think Champagne Phil's going to mind that at all. So I just looked at him and said, you know what, for a horse to land underneath and maybe really make this high 5 pay well, I'll go to Champagne Phil, hoping for a favorable trip from Natasha Day.
Right on. Next door to this one then, on the rail, as mentioned, Ideal Jet. He's more or less been one-dimensional anytime I've seen him. A 10-year-old son of Jeremy's Jet with a rail advantage. But as mentioned, when the rail starters come out of this turn for the added distance race, the gate is gone. And it gets tough for these rail starters to make some serious speed. And again, this is a preferred 3 event. They're going to be flying down the straightaway here.
Yeah, they will be. I'm not sure how this pans out for Ideal Jet. I mean, listen, we know how he likes to go. It's as far as fast as he can on the front end. Now, He's one that I've seen him race well, getting a trip before in the past. 41 lifetime wins, almost 600,000. I mean, this horse here can honestly, when he gets confident, he can beat anybody. He really can. So I don't think he's one you can discount in here. I love Craig Bars as a trainer, and I love this horse. So pole position to work from. And this classy veteran, again, 10-1 on the board. He'd be all over my high five tickets and just hoping for the best off the gate and hoping that the trip isn't too taxing.
Our hometown boy, Scott Ray, on board at number 1, Ideal Jet, an early speed threat in here. Outside chance for number 7, Homey Joe. Now, this one's got the great form coming in. A tough post to overcome. Likely not to be up close in this one, but on the form alone and with hot hands of Totterborth, I'm liking the price. 6-1 was about what I was thinking. I can get behind that.
Yeah, I thought he would take more action than that, to be honest. He's won 3 in a row. And the thing that, you don't see in the program page last time is that, listen, I don't want to say he got lucky, but it was really an ideal scenario. He was able to keep coming up the cones and then split horses late. Was screaming for room, though. I mean, he probably would have won by a much bigger margin if he gets out sooner. I thought that it was a solid effort. I do think that he needed some things to go his way to get there. Might have to do a lot more work this time around from post 7, but you can't find a horse that's in better form right now than Homey Joe. He's won 3 in a row. He should be brimming with confidence.
One thing I've seen a bit tonight are horses coming from the far back. We just saw Real Wicked circle them from last. So win from anywhere tonight. One more horse maybe to add into the high five. If you've got a 5th one to plug here in our finale, who would it be, Rob?
It was number 6, Pembroke Legacy. That's my 5th selection in the race, but the problem is 2-1 on the board, nowhere near the price I was expecting. Second, start back off a layoff. This horse is one, last season, a high percentage winner. This year, 0 for 10, but at some point, I think he's going to come around and find his old form. It looks good on the track right now. Maybe it's tonight, but 2-1 Sugar. What do you think of that price?
I think it's kind of low for 2-1 on 6 Pembroke Legacy when he's morning line at 10-1, and yeah. I don't know. I can't get behind 2-1 for Pembroke Legacy. Gates moving. Great job as always, Robert Reed Jr. Best of luck here in the finale. We'll talk to you again next week.
Thank you, Sugar. Looking forward to it. Can't wait for next Tuesday.
In behind the gate here then for our 12th and final preferred 3, Ideal Jet, Champagne Phil, Jaden's Place, Easton Beach, Devil's Peak, Pembroke Legacy, Homey Joe, and a pair of trailers, Magical Albert, Livin' Large. For the added distance, top of the stretch, here they come. It's go time. They're off. Ideal Jet, Champagne Phil up close. Jaden's Place chased up. Pembroke Legacy with early speed. Into that opening turn, Pembroke Legacy and House sending this one, though Ideal Jet is getting away nicely for Ray. Up there and into the mix, Champagne Phil. Left out there in 4th was Jaden's Place. Straightening for the backside run. This could be the quickest quarter on the night. They're going plenty. Ideal Jet deposits. Pembroke Legacy in for the 2-hole ride. Still left out there in 3rd was Jaden's Place. Quarter-mile speed, so 27-4 for Ideal Jet, the long shot leader here at 13-1, and he's tugging on Ray. Second best, Pembroke Legacy. The parking trip for Jaden's Place here at 5-2. Champagne Phil up there into 4th. 5th and looking wide now. There goes Easton Beach underway for Ketros. Down in front of us they travel. Ideal Jet out in the center of the track like he owns the place. Pembroke Legacy continues in 2nd. Out there in 3rd, Jaden's Place. 4th and in for Champagne Phil. 5th and wide, Easton Beach. Magical Albert is traveling 6th. Gapped off 7th as they go around the bottom turn was Devil's Peak. The back markers in this one, Livin' Large. Homey Joe would have to come from last. 55 seconds for the halftime. Watch for the backfield to come on late here. It's Ideal Jet still going forward, holding 2nd. Pembroke Legacy, he's gone to the outside. Champagne Phil continues up in the top 3. Easton Beach way up on the outside. There into the final turn was Magical Albert. 125-1 for 3/4. Ideal Jet still selling it. Pembroke Legacy tried to buy it. He went back to pot-ons here. Champagne Phil. Tight quarters here. And they're coming from everywhere. Ideal Jet, Champagne Phil, Easton Beach, Homey Joe, and the grandstand side. Who's got it? Who will win it? Easton Beach for Kitros. Second best was Champagne Phil. Homie Joe. Pembroke Legacy was there. Living Large was getting involved in the high five. It's the 4, Easton Beach on top of 2, Champagne Phil. Number 7, Homie Joe finishes 3rd. 4th goes to 6, Pembroke Legacy. Number 9, Living Large, 5th in the high five. It's unofficial. 4, 2, 7, 6, and 9. One final winner's circle photo tonight by Moody. Here's Easton Beach coming back, a 5-year-old big-headed son of some beach somewhere out of Easton Alliance by Village Jasper, owned by Mary Kitros of Arthur George Kitros. Training and driving this one to a preferred 3 victory. A mile and a 16 covered in 2:02 and 4. I believe that's our fastest mile and a 16 thus far on the meet. It comes to preferred 3 action, Easton Beach. I believe the overall track record 2:01 and 3 or 4 for the added distance. So that's a pretty quick trip tonight by Easton Beach and our top class pacers for a mile and a 16, 2:02 and 4. Easton Beach on top, 4, 2, 7, 6, and 9 unofficial. Going official here, Ideal Jet was 6, Champagne Phil 2nd, Jaden's Place 9, Easton Beach a winner, Devil's Peak 7, Pembroke Legacy 4th, Homie Joe was 3rd, Magical Albert 8, Living Large finished 5th. 27 and 4, 55, 125 and 1. The mile and a 16 covered in 2:02 and 4. Easton Beach 14th career win, 4th on the season. From the top, a 629, 17, 4, 3, 8, and 5. 810 on a win ticket. That 4-2 exactor, as selected by Robert Reed Jr., came back at 38.10. Dollar try, 94.05. The high five for 20 cents, 678 and change. Late double on to race 12. $17. That's all right for those two. The pick 3 for 20 cents, 194. The dollar pick 4, 84.65. The 20 center came back at 16.93. So that daily double, heavy favorite on the front half. Real Wicked onto Easton Beach. That was all right. That was a great card. 12 races in and done here in London. And we're coming back on Friday evening. It's another earlier 4:50 start time. Your free program selections, they will be available on our website, westernfairdistrict.com/raceway in the days ahead. Thanking you all for joining us tonight from the eye in the London sky. I'm Sugar Doyle. Have yourself a great night.